How's it going, everyone? Welcome to surprisingly a Tuesday here for the first of what we got of our possibly a Halo series coming up here soon. But for right now, just a one-off day here on a Tuesday. Forerunners Mantle. Joining you is going to be myself, Mick, and over to my left is going to be all Dak City. How you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic, dude. It's great to be here with you, and it's great to be here for some Halo because what's better than some Halo on a Tuesday night, right?
I mean, of course, I can't agree with you by any means necessary because, I mean, it's just, we're excited. I know
Yep.
everybody loves this game. Everybody's been excited about it here recently. Everybody's been playing it. It's free to play. So, I mean, if you want to go ahead, get yourself in some Halo action, then get yourself back into a bracket possibly. We could get this to be a weekly series, but we're going to have to hear back from y'all. But first, we got to go ahead and address at least the elephant in the room. What's going on tonight? The events we got going on, and especially this first matchup we got against Nor and all Insurgency Esports here for this first roundup.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a banger. A best of three, like it will be throughout this tournament. You already know the first map's going to be kicking things off on Street Strongholds, and these teams are playing to try to get a piece of that $200 prize. First place getting that $100. So there's a little bit of money on the line. There's a bunch of matches that you got to play to get there, and this first best of three starting off on, I think, a game type that's going to be really exciting.
I mean, I can't agree with you anymore. I mean, it's just everything coming through. And as you did mention, that prize pool, we're going to be sitting at a 200 prize pool for today. And to show as much love as possible across the community for our first little get together, we're going to be splitting that up between the top four. So it's going to be 100 for that number one spot. It's going to be 50 for that second place, and then 50 for, or 25, excuse me, for the third and fourth. So with that being said, as you mentioned, the mode, the map, and everything coming through with this matchup, we're going to be moving over to Streets for all Strongholds, which is a personal favorite of mine on the ranked ladder. I feel like Streets is a very balanced map. I feel like once you get that C-B control, I feel like that is just so efficient that as so long as we see a team hold that out, I feel like we could see a real sweep coming through.
Yeah, we were talking before the broadcast how much of a fan of Streets you are, so I'm very happy for you that we got that as the first map. No Aquarius, so we lucked out there, though I would have been happy to see that. And yeah, Street Strongholds, very volatile game type, as most Strongholds really are. Really heavy rotations can come through. And like you said, you got to have that BC hold. You can do AB as well. But this is a map where you can even kind of contest AC, which is something that you might not necessarily be able to do on like live fire, for example, a bit too open to kind of hold both sides of the map. This map a little more condensed. You have those two sight lines. You can kind of cut the map in half, but you're going to most likely be looking for those AB holds and BC holds to try to get the most points in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. If we're talking about cutting off anybody, we're going to cut off this little bit of an introduction coming on here because these teams are ready to go ahead and get right into it because we
Perfect.
went ahead and mentioned it, talked about cutting the map up a little bit, and especially when it comes around to Streets, everything we have coming through, especially, I'm hoping we can see a little bit of contention for that Spanker in the center because we haven't really mentioned the power weapons too much just yet because that alone, out of all the power weapons you get in the game, the Spanker is definitely the one that's the most frightening to be looking at because especially when you're on strongholds or you're trying to hold out these sites, when you get yourself a weapon that can just really clear one out, I mean, as one player, you know how it is in Halo. We get these trades coming through, we get ourselves set up. It's really a one for one kind of deal, unless you find somebody who's just absolutely cracked at the game. But typically, you're going to find those trades. And when you have that Spanker in hand, you don't have to worry about that. You really just wing your fight so long as you get the shot off close enough. And that's something concerning to think about, and definitely something I'm going to see contested.
Absolutely, right? And considering that all of these best of threes are just going to be entirely objective game types, you're going to be in
Yeah.
situations where you're playing both the map objective and the weapon objective. So you have to keep that in mind. As you said, the Rockets are a huge, huge pickup, especially on Streets, because you have immediate angles to take on that. So we'll see which team gets control first.
Yeah, you already see them kind of making their way towards it. But if we're talking about objectives, it seems like they're going to be going for that B site first. Everybody making the rotations. Getting right there to the middle staircase, going with a little bit of contention off the start. Some definite shots coming out, but Nor being the first to go ahead and get their grabs.
Yeah, nice start here, and a bunch of bodies going down right outside Rockets. Snowy's going to start to contest that and pick up Rockets, trying to chase from behind. There's the assist coming through. So now it's a 3-on-2 situation here. The push comes back over to to A, for the first swing as the red sides here is picking up some points, and they're holding. They get those necessary kills to hold on to A, and they're going to get a little bit more points until B starts to get pushed here by Insurgents.
Yeah, so I mean, some great rotations here for Insurgents to go ahead and be standing out a little bit, but they got to get themselves onto a side. They got to get more control, especially with them now sitting on two. They definitely found it. They got to get themselves a little bit more establishment. They got to win these fights, but as we already see, one man falling, another one finding himself onto a side as Nord goes ahead and gets that edge to be working with, but the rotations have already come through, and A being grabbed as well.
Yeah, now we have a push. Arctic going to be trying to put some pressure on C. The BC hold over towards Shoddy Streets could potentially come through, as we're seeing some more pressure all the way on B side. 3 members of this squad pushing right up to take B, and they should be able to confirm that. There's Nora taking control once again, but they'll take the lead as well.
Yeah, so a great little standing here for these guys to go ahead and be standing out a little bit. Also get themselves a nice little clip there towards the B side. You want to make sure to get some initiative off of that, though, because we see Nora, they have themselves a great little standing right now. They just got to get a little more momentum because they're only sitting at 13 points. They're almost at halfway in terms of insurgents as they're pushing up a little bit more so. But with that heat wave being on the field and really making an impact right now, as we see old Hotshot grab himself a melee. The trades are going to come through. The control's going to be contestion, and we're going to see who comes out on top.
Push right in here as both teams. Actually, now that I'm noticing this is not BR starts. They're playing AR pistols. I'm just recognizing that. I'm not seeing any PRs whatsoever. Not sure if that's intentional. Both teams now trying to vie here for B site, and will be Nora picks that back up to try and shorten the gap a little bit here, and they can put some pressure back towards C as this ramp's going to be contested. You see the thruster to continue the swing around, and Snowy doesn't see where they're coming from, and now the push right back in. The melee comes through, and Snowy goes down.
A great play there for the likes of the Surges to get themselves a little bit more control across the map, keep themselves alive. But you see the trades coming out there towards the other side. You see Sun go ahead and fall himself a little bit short, but the control having to come through and Surges being out on top. We see North, they just really got to get themselves in a more established section right now. I mean, they're moving towards the middle of the map. They're getting a lot of control there, but they haven't really found themselves onto too many sites until it's a little bit too late when you get those 1-2 players that are standing after a fight, really just looking to be their lone wolves.
Absolutely. We see Lone Wolf in here a little bit. Goes right down immediately. Now, a little bit of you can act. That's actually a shot you can make and put some pressure on the A site. We're gonna have crouching avoidant. Munster is gonna go down, and now push swing back over towards A, and that's a grenade that's gonna push out and clear out A site. Botany's gonna have to fall back just a little bit. These pistols are not gonna be able to do some damage from the low ground successfully, and there's the death.
Yeah, so I mean, there's not really too much going on right now. You just see Insurgents kind of running away with this matchup with the way they got themselves control on these sides, especially towards A and B, as you kind of mentioned earlier. Great little hold to know that you have that top section, and you have B, and you have a lot of control and a lot of viewership over towards that section. I mean, you really don't have to be too worried because when you have that C wide open, you know when the rotations are coming through. But if we're talking about rotating, we're going to see a Fist kind of make a little bit of a switch into somebody's face as we find another double kill towards the B side. We see Insurgents kind of making their whole butt north, finally coming out and grabbing themselves a second site. But honestly, they got to get a little bit more because B is the only thing they're holding so far.
Yeah, it's really hard to continually be on the back foot and try to, get control of B as you're losing both sides here. Now you're gonna have to swing all the way back over from C, and you have the high ground from A and B here for the red side. So it's gonna be really hard to push up on this. And the center of the map is really uncontested for the most part here because no rocket launcher spawn. So now both teams are trying to push out in the outer parts of the map, and it's resulting essentially in the B shots coming through.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we may have found ourselves in a disconnect of the sorts because,
yeah,
I mean, we're still in beta. We're expecting a little bit of hiccups here and there, and we definitely laid that out before we really got into broadcast. And if a player went ahead and crashed out, we want to make sure it's even as possible. Players aren't dealing with a 4v3, so we're going to keep tabs on what the score was, go ahead and get right back into the fray once we sit there and get ourselves established. But in the meantime, we're going to be here on the desk and really discuss the game that was going on there. A lot of questionable things I really saw so far. The one thing you already mentioned was kind of the assault rifle start, which, I mean, honestly, is fine for a casual environment. And as we said, it's going to be the first week, so just meet them some things to figure out in the rear end. But, I mean, in terms of Nor and what they were really doing, I didn't see a lot out of them, quite honestly. I mean, for their first game, of course, it's the first competitive matchup you may be having. So you got to go ahead and wipe off the rust a little bit. But I feel like their rotations and their fights collectively were a little lackluster.
Yes, it's definitely hard because what's available on the map is immediately going to inform your game plan. So like we didn't see those pushes towards mid because the cinder shots there, not the rockets. You didn't have like the stalker rifle available to you, and of course those BRs aren't available, so you can't take those like far back shots, outside B, hanging out C and A. So like in that regard, you could see a lot of the time Nor was like pushing in, like face checking, because they kind of had to with the IR and pistols, and they're getting grenaded out a lot of the time. So that's kind of going to shift and change how you play the game depending on what's available. And I was wondering, I'm like, I'm looking, I'm like, wait, where are the BRs? I feel like I'm not watching the right thing. And I guess we got a little bit of a warm up, so to speak, going into this series.
Yeah, and that's completely fine at the end of the day. But I mean, as you said, with that face checking, that's not something you really want to be forced into too much. And that's a
Right.
great point to be mentioning, especially when you're talking about specific sites. When you see A, when it's in that kind of indoor corridor, B, you can go ahead and zone out fairly easily. But A, you have that upper hand area, you have that upper deck, you have that lower deck. You have so many different options that you really can't zone it out with a frag grenade. It's not as
Mhm.
easy as just throwing one in there, knowing that players are going to either A, flush out, or B, kind of hold down their ground and try and retaliate on their own and throw a frag of their own out. So
Mhm.
there's so much considerations there that you really have to go ahead and think about, and especially as well. And when you're mentioning that C site, there's really not too much maneuverability there. There's not much
Nope.
space to be dealing with. So I mean, I feel like B has to be some kind of a statue atop a hill, and you got to make sure to hold that. Whichever team has it, sure, it's great. I mean, you get yourself behind, you get yourself ahead, but I mean, the follow through is the biggest thing, and I just don't feel like on the side of Nor Insurgents, I mean, they didn't have the most outstanding job, but by all means necessary, they were getting the work in.
No, absolutely. And yeah, your point too, right? Like C is so hard to hold because it's not on that like 90-degree angle that A and B kind of hold. Looks like we're going to be jumping back into the game here to see how these teams get back into the action and potentially get an edge over one another. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we're going to have still street strongholds. I'm want to see these teams kind of looking for that A B hold more consistently because you have that corner area you can hold between both sides. And now that they have BRs, it looks like I would have to assume you're going to be able to hold those long sight lines. Whereas C, there's not a lot of cover. There's high ground and low ground you can get hit by, get grenaded out, you can get stalker rifled, BR'd out, and it also is a long sight line from rockets. So it can be a really hard and volatile place to hold on the map.
Yeah, things really iron themselves out now, so we're probably going to see a completely different game as these players get a little
Yep.
bit more accustomed to what they're used to. You already see Snowy sit up there in the back, trying to go for that stalker rifle, as you said, trying to find some kills with some shots, but not able to find enough because the rest of the team is going to be rotating towards his B side as he tries to distract, but it may not be enough as you already see the holds coming through.
Oh, and so much grenade damage coming in. You have to watch out the push from bottom mid, and here it comes right in from the right side. Vending machines, shots through, and nice pickup there from Pachap. They're going to hold this site just slightly here. But finally, Pachap's going to go down and might be able to revert back over towards Noir, who's looking for a full push and looking to take this lead a little farther.
Yeah, and we finally see Noir kind of step themselves up a little bit more, getting themselves into a stage where they can really hold out. But you got to consider the rest of these sites coming through because, see, that's really the one site you don't want to have just kind of really opened up. That's not the one you want to be holding on its lonesome with how kind of complicated it is with these spawns not being very accessible. You got to really take the ground road to get yourself to B. But we're going to see a couple of these players find themselves 6 feet under the ground as we go ahead and find a lot of kills to come out in a really aggressive approach with that stalker rifle. Not enough to get a push, but enough to go ahead and hold out for the side of Insurgents so they get a further lead.
Yeah, Insurgents holding really well right now. They're just holding their ground, a lot of these long sight lines, and it's making it impossible for Noir to really push out. They're getting picked off and losing a body before they can really get onto any of these sites, and it's just allowing Insurgents to grow this lead longer and longer.
That's a lot of considerations here, a lot of trades to come out as well as we see ourselves in contention towards that B area, looking to go ahead and get that site for a side of Nora, but not enough just yet as we see players falling left and right, a hold coming through and not any push going towards that C site, really just chilling out and saying, all right, let's hold ourselves back, play the game a little bit slow. We got 2 sites, and you know how it works in this game. You don't get points if you don't have 2 sites. I mean, it's not like Call of Duty where you're going to constantly be earning. You have to hold 2 sites if you're going to be getting anything at all, otherwise you're going to be locked out.
And you can see right there, like before a push even really happens, Nora like loses 2 players before the spanker comes out, before you get the rockets. So Insurgents are just picking off players one by one and stopping any kind of push. Look at all these points that they're easily gaining here just from sitting tight and letting Noir make mistakes and come to them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, you just got to go ahead, really just play the game slow. When you have that edge, why go ahead and get over antsy? Because you're holding these guys down in C. You know where they're going to be spawning. So long as you just don't overexert yourself, you do have no concerns. You just got to make sure to fit these right fights. But as we see Insurgents finally pushing out, getting themselves a little bit more control towards the middle of the map and looking to get a little antsy of themselves, you're going to find a shot come through. And you're going to see a kill come out for the likes of American, but Snowy there as well. A little bit of a trade and a little bit of a hole, but not enough as this game is now sitting at 127-3. Not looking good for the likes of Noir.
That was an entire team wipe there for Insurgents on Noir. All 4 players are down. So they have to reset, and look at this nice aggressive angle here. Hug by Monsteria going to push up, and they're cutting off these staircase area. They're going to take some damage, but it should be able to be cleaned up by Botany, and indeed it is. Another kill comes through by Snowy. And this 1-by-1 trickle in by Noir leaves them with 1 player alive. Carry might go down. and Insurgents are barely dying here. Look at this scoreboard. They are holding clean with essentially 10 kills or death throughout the entire team. I mean, they're looking so strong right now.
Oh, they most definitely are. I mean, you really can't sit there and ignore that fact by any means necessary. You see the fights coming through. We see them holding everything out and really having themselves, not even the first shot, but still coming out on top. There's a lot of potential there, especially from a squad when you're considering the shots coming through, the lineups coming out for left and right, and the holds coming through for the likes of these guys. They're just really got themselves made if they're going to be fighting a little bit more towards that outside, being able to find one from the likes of Exiled towards the middle to get traded out by Chat, but with the rest of his team there to fall through, they're not really too concerned, but that site's going to fall anyways.
Yeah, nice job there by Noir to keep the pressure on B. They took the player advantage and pushed, but they've overextended. They've lost 2 players, and even though they've gotten the site, they've lost rockets. So now here comes the push from Snow. He should be able to claim this. Just barely gets away with their life, gets the kill, goes down. But now it's a 3-on-2 situation, which could go for the B turnover. And look at this. American carries behind the staircase push here, putting shots on. And even though Iru is going to try to stay alive, they're getting hit from all angles, waiting for some backup here. Pick up the Sentinel team, try and stay alive, but another well-placed grenade puts him down for the count.
Yeah, most definitely a great little setup for these guys. A great little hole for Nor to get themselves back into this game. But when you see Monsteria getting himself onto a site, getting himself a little bit of a double to be working with, the rest of his team is definitely going to fall through there. Grab that B site. They're going to move back to the A and say, let's go ahead and hold this out once again. It was a great hold earlier. We get ourselves a massive lead. Let's just go ahead and double down, do it once more, and then find ourselves a dub.
Nor's so far away from another rocket launcher spawn, they really just got to do this the old-fashioned way and put some shots on, but they're losing the fight. Botany gets 2 coming from C ramp. That's such a huge loss. And with Iru's going down as well, it's another 4-on-1 situation. Once again, Nor's really unable to keep their players alive long enough to win these team fights. Insurgents, they are in the perfect position every single time. They're holding both sides of A and B without losing players whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that's really just a testament to the fact that they're not really playing trades or working off of each other, because you saw right there, and you've seen plenty of times over the course of this matchup, where they're not pushing collectively. You got to go ahead and shove yourself onto a site, and with everybody going to these one-on-ones, you're going to lose those fights. You got to make sure, make the most of those shields. Make sure that you really win out those fights. Whatever you can damage you can get off, you make sure to manipulate it. But as we finally see them move, making their way towards that B site, getting a little bit of a hold, they got to make sure to capture it and hold it on top of that. But with the rest of the team coming through, looking for that retaliation and some shots to come through as well, the trade's going to come out, the site's going to hold to the side of Insurgents.
There's only 10 points here, so Insurgents have so much time. Noir has a small margin of error. They get a couple kills here to try and put some pressure down to try to get this rocket in their hands. Botany will get a kill off, but they're traded, and now Arsenal going to run away with it, gets the kill, but they're not able to survive much longer. They're going to drop that last remaining rocket as another B push comes in. I'm almost feel like Noir should just try to go for the C push because they're losing at B every time. They can't get over this high ground advantage that Insurgents are holding time and time again. But at the same time, they're unable to hold that power weapon in the middle of the map, so Insurgents are able to walk away with that 250-65 win.
By a very just convincing manner at that. I mean, such a dominant lead. You saw the lineups they had. You saw the dominance they really just threw onto the field. Winning every single lineup, winning every single 1v1. They had intel across the field and they knew how to follow through with it. And even then, with them already being in this station where they say, all right, this is a game to where you don't get points if you don't have 2 sites, if you only have 1. So let's just make sure to hold that out. It really rewards players for saying, let's not get over antsy of ourselves. Let's not get over aggressive and then find ourselves finding 3 sides. Sure, it doubles things, but I mean, slow and steady wins the race at the end of the day. And you saw Insurgents just absolutely run away with that and make a definite opener out of everything today for them to show that.
Absolutely not a bad way to start things off, especially after that little warm-up. They looked so much better going into that next one. Both teams really did, but Insurgents, absolutely. They had those positions between A and B that, I mean, there was no way to push up on B site with that high ground advantage. They had control of C ramp, they had control of the AB elbow, and they got rockets every single time. That's really what you got to use to try to usurp that B position. And without winning rockets, there's no way to kind of get that unless you're hitting your shots, unless you're winning those long-range BR fights, which unfortunately Noir wasn't winning. So I'm hoping to see coming into Bazaar a little more team fire, maybe trying to pick their pushes a little smarter. We saw too many of those like center B staircase pushes. that
Yeah.
like players like Botany would just jump over the ledge and like flank them from behind every time. You got to really, have your call outs, make sure you're paying, especially in this game where the spawns could put the team behind you in an instant. You got to
Yeah.
have your head on a swivel and be communicating as a team. So going into this, I really want to see this Noir squad kind of have a little more team fire, force 2v1s and 3v2s more often, especially on Bazaar, which again has those rockets in an immediate position that you're going to be going for every single time. And they're certainly going to sway, the pace of this game.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, not only just the objective mode, but the map as well. And I
Mhm.
feel like the biggest thing to mention is that objective mode, knowing that you're going to be playing defense and offense at the same time, just like strongholds, but there's only one objective. And
Mhm.
it's not in the middle of the map where you're going to be fighting for it off the start. You got to go to one opposite side of the map. You got to make your way back before even somebody else takes your flag. I mean, that's always going to be the consideration. You have to rely on both sides of the field. Otherwise, both teams are going to be putting in kind of a 22 situation saying, all right, well, you bring my flag and I'll bring your flag back. That's not how this works. You got to make sure both sides of the fields are equally consistent. Otherwise, you're not going to find yourself into a score or you're going to find yourself into the game fairly quickly.
Well, we'll see how it goes here on game two. Bazaar CTF as Insurgents are looking to take this best of three, 2-0, real quick over this Noir squad. They're jumping right into this next game. I'm very excited for this one. I love seeing some CTF. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you, and I love seeing some bizarre as well. I mean, I feel like it's a very balanced map in terms of just all the other ones considered. I mean, it's very
Mhm.
symmetrical. You really have a feel out for everything. The weapon spawns really aren't that too hard to get to, and especially for the mode that we're considering. I mean, cabs for the flag. You have that breathing space there in the start to say, all right, we can get ourselves over to a needler. We can get ourselves over to the commando. Everything is in a sight line that we're not really having to sacrifice ourselves for. Sure, we can
Mhm.
go ahead and make that move if need be. And quite honestly, it's a good move. It's a good map. And I feel like it's something we're going to see a lot of over the course of the season.
Yeah, I hope so. And so once we jump into this map, we'll see how that action breaks out. I feel like the long range battle rifle supremacy here of the Insurgents has been paying off. On this map, you're going to be controlling the high ground yet again, but you're going to be pushing up kind of as a line, right? Less rotational and more so, gaining map control overall and pushing through, taking the power weapons, and then converting that into flagpoles.
Yeah, most definitely. But we already see the old spanker to go into one team. We got to see the shots come out as well in the shots. But as we already see Bonnie able to get that overshield off, that was a great little spot for him to be sitting. Just a little bit of a holdout, play the game slow and steady, but with that grapple still in hand, they're going to go ahead and start looking to go for this flag, or at least hold theirs out in the meantime as they go ahead and get that escort, get the flag off the pole, and start making their way back to their spawn.
Oh, this would be a huge win here and making it a 4-on-3. So now they'll have this player advantage running all the way up mid. This is a quick run here too.
Yeah.
And with another death going down, this is this is an Insurgents flag cap. Immediately they push it in, and just like that, they'll take the lead.
Oh my goodness.
And this comes down essentially to that one player. It looks like Nora might have actually lost a player in the middle of that, but losing players overall in those fights making it possible to hold the flag.
Most definitely does, because you got to know where to make that sacrifice. Do I not have an escort when it comes around to getting that flag, or do I only have one man defending him? With them already kind of losing a lot of these 1v1s, we do see one of them won right there. You don't get yourself enough establishment on the field to know which side to make that sacrifice. So we're going to go ahead and reset that lobby, figure out what's going on there, because once again, like I said, it's in beta. It's
Yep.
happened to the best of us time in, time out. Doesn't matter how good your PC is. Somehow it manages to crash at one point or another. But all things considered, I feel like just off the start, another just kind of the same exact thing as what we saw in map one. Insurgents just playing so much better when it comes to those traits. I mean, they found themselves in 2v1 scenarios. Anytime they were isolated, they knew they had an incentive. You saw Botany there towards the middle of the map, grabbing the overshield, saying, I'm not going to fight by any means. I don't want to. I just want to make sure to get this overshield burned, go ahead and find myself a corner. Then once I get it off, then I'll start fighting because I know I have the edge. They don't get over antsy. They don't find themselves in the fights where they know it's going to be even. They want to make sure they win it at the end.
Mhm. Yeah, and punishing that one player of Noir sitting by themselves back in base, and then using that overshield to help escort the flag. I mean, that's perfect execution right there. That's textbook. And you can see in this kind of game, especially on a map like Bazaar and in CTF, where one death results in like a flag run, you got to stay alive. Like that's the name
Yeah.
of the in this game, right? Being down one or two players can essentially mean you could lose the entire map in a given moment. So in that regard, you can see how important it was, not just to get the overshield, but creating a 4-on-2 situation. There's essentially no way that you're avoiding a 1-on-2 as you're trying to challenge the flag as the defenders. And you can see how quickly that flag run was as they put it all the way through the center of the map. And they knew they could do that because Nora was down 2 players. They didn't have overshield, they didn't have rockets. So with all that knowledge, you know you're safe and good to go, along with that escort right up the middle of the map. So Noir, again, they have to stay alive. They can't be dropping bodies on these, individual pushes, not trading, not getting the power weapons and power items on the map. That's fundamental stuff that is, unfortunately, you're going to start to fall behind if you're not able to secure it.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. And you got to really think of what sacrifice you have to make, because once that flag gets taken, do you say, all right, go ahead, those offensive players, those players that are pushing up, grabbing the flag of their own, that duo,
Mhm.
what do you do in that circumstance? I mean, do you go ahead, turn around, make sure to really follow through and collapse them in the middle, knowing that your last 2 players just got killed? Or do you go ahead, grab their flag, try and win that engagement, grab the flag for your own sake, and then get it to the opposite side of the map? And like I said, get into that catch 22 scenario. There's a lot to consider there, and it's a decision that the team has to really make and be extremely decisive and very confident about on top of that, to know that everybody's on the same page, because it's not some kind of game modes capture the flag. We don't see this very much in other games. So
Yeah.
that's what makes it so unique to Halo, saying, all right, well, the time to kills, I wouldn't say is extremely slow, but it's slower than others. You definitely need to know when to make those decisions and how to get those trades off, and really when to make those decisions, so you have some kind of ordinance that really works out for your best favor.
Yeah, and you're talking about decisiveness. That's what it comes into, deciding what targets to pick in team fire,
Yeah.
where to push. And I feel like from Noir, they're kind of just sending players out and hoping that they win the gunfight, right? Whereas you see Insurgents, they're sending a lot of players specifically in certain lanes. They're making sure that they're securing certain parts of the map. And you can also see Noir's not checking corners, right?
Yeah.
When that initial overshield pickup happened from Botany, he was sitting right in the middle of the map, right next to Overshield, and someone walked right by them and they got backsmacked. So you got to, especially in this game where there's a lot of tight corners, 90-degree angles, and you have movement options to get away from a gunfight, you got to be checking your corners, especially near a power item pickup.
I think most definitely. And even then, towards those, I would say those abilities as well. I mean, the overshield, active camo, we know it, we hate it. I mean, it's just absolutely insane in this game. But that's not the one we're seeing on this map. We're seeing overshields instead. That's a complete double up of your shield that you have in the fight. You can go ahead. If you're already a better player, you're going to win that 1v1. If you have a second shield to be dealing with, you can win a 2v1. Heck, you may even win a 3v1 so long as you get a right frag off to really zone out or get some damage off. So there's a lot of trade-offs there that you really don't want to be in, especially on the bad side of, if you go ahead and let that ability be tossed over. So if you're on the side of Nor, you got to go ahead and at least find a way to rush one of those. Be decisive about it. With that Spanker being up on the top side, it gives easy visibility towards that bottom section, to know that you can get that trade-off, or at least get that kill of the player that grabbed the overshield if you don't have control up there.
I think it's also important here too, especially in CTF. You got to know when to play defensive, but sometimes you got to push and be on the aggression, right? You can't just sit back and look for kills and all right, we'll slowly work our way up. Sometimes you have to have those very distinctive and deliberate pushes as a team to make something happen in CTF. And there's that first blood. Both teams trading out here. Snowy goes down, Arctic Val as well. But look at this control here. The overshield, or the shield area, overshield area is being held. The high ground is being held here. And Noir is afraid to kind of poke out. A really important win there by Iroh might give them a little opportunity. But look, they're the only player alive because the rest of the team has lost things over towards Bulldog. That's going to allow Insurgents to start putting some pressure here on the flag base.
Yeah, they really got to get that establishment quick, because you can already see the rest of the team has come up. You didn't make that push quick enough, so you're going to have a lot of retaliation when you say, all right, we're going to go to this flag. We're literally pushing their spawns, and we're going to run into 3 guys. So that's not the best circumstance to be sitting in. Not enough of a hole, but maybe enough of a trade there for the likes of Alsteria to get himself into a second player he's running into. That should be the call for the rest of the squad to make the move and get themselves more towards that backside.
Now slowing things down just a little bit. Botany looking for a pick before they push up on the site, and it looks like they're getting shots from both areas. So they're going to push back and wait. But again, Insurgents are winning these 1v1s elsewhere. They have a 4-on-3, another 2-on-1 here, and there's the assist there for Botany. That's going to be the push. They might look for another pick before they commit to form the flag. But just to get it off the base and stir the pot a little bit is certainly helpful. And you're going to see Botany throwing things out. They're going to take things step by step as American Carry goes down, and more players might follow. Monsteria also drops. And Insurgents starting to lose some bodies as they're committing to this flag, and it looks like they might not be able to get it much farther as Snowy forced to run away here.
Much better standing here from the likes of Nora. I like that decisiveness. I like them going ahead, getting collective, getting towards the middle of the map, and holding that objective. Finally putting Insurgents into a scenario where they're saying, all right, what can we do here? We got to get that flag, and we got to make sure to defend ours as well, because you can already see the likes of Nora pushing themselves up into that spawn, getting themselves onto that flag as best they can. As We see how Snowy found himself one, but Stereo goes ahead and falls. It's kind of a sacrifice, but with a lot of contention going on towards this Insurgents flag, if they go ahead and win this out, they can get themselves a free capture of their own.
Yeah, both teams really stalemating here. Certainly a better look for Noir as they're holding on to Insurgents and able to keep the pace, which is a good, switch up from the previous map where it felt like they were kind of being blasted out a little bit by Insurgents on streets. Now they're really finding themselves getting map control, winning these fights a little more often, and forcing Insurgents down to 1 or 2 players apiece. But Chap goes for another one. Nice pickup on Botany towards Rockets, and more pressure comes out here from American Carry. This is exactly what Noir needs to do. Make it so Insurgents can't just freely peek out and take angles. Make them pay for it. Make them take some damage if they want to commit to getting these power items.
I mean, most definitely. You already see the spawns. They're going to be coming up here soon. They're already going to be on the field because that Spanker's the one that's up. And if you go ahead and grab that, which is going to be in the hands of Snowy, you have a free ticket to go ahead and get back towards that flag so long as you're with the rest of your team. And we already see him pushing in the middle of the map, having those thrusters, burning out all those, but making sure that flag's going to go ahead and be playing defense on because you want to make sure that when the rest of the guys are there, things get rough, you blow yourself up with them.
Yeah, Arctic Vow with those rockets taking out Exiled. They do get the trade, and the flag will start to run as Noir looking for their best look here with the flag so far. They've had a slight player advantage through this run here, but now they're losing bodies left and right as they're trying to keep this flag alive. Grenades coming out. The flag cap is so close they can taste it, but they're getting a little sloppy with this run that opens things up for Insurgents to get back into the fray, and now they're getting flanked from behind.
You already saw Snowy go ahead and close out those kills right there. You got teams and players left and right really just coming through, able to find themselves an edge. And with Snowy being there available, going ahead and getting that flag back on, carrying them, making the move, saying, we're going to grab the flag for our own now because it's a great little kind of solo mission that you got going on. If you can create all that contention, all that chaos there towards that flag site, knowing you're going to go ahead and die, that leaves the rest of the site open until you see Arctic Val able to come in here and clutch it out.
Yeah, that was really necessary because Monsteria likely would have pulled the flag and at least got it on the ground for a continuation of that flag run. Instead, you can see him staying alive just long enough for the rest of Noir to respawn here and reset things 4-4. Neither team able to complete a flag run just yet. There's the back smack and Botany goes down. But again, Noir trading out and losing bodies in the process. 2-on-2 situation here. Another back smack. There goes Exiled going down for the count. Now we have a push coming in through mid. Look at that. The 2v1 from 2 angles. And both teams going to trade yet again, but Insurgents will hold the player advantage just for the moment, waiting for the perfect time to strike on this flag.
Yeah, Noir looking just for the perfect time, as you said. I mean, they've already found themselves some pretty good scenarios compared to the last map that we saw out of them. They're going ahead and making some trades, making some good and efficient ones at that, and they're really holding down this defense in a really well manner. I mean, they're not really getting too stressed out. They're winning a couple of these gunfights, but that's because when they're on that defense, they are playing collectively, and that's just what we didn't see out of them prior, but now they're really getting a feel for what's going on here. They feel this map a lot more so, and they're really showing us what they got.
No, absolutely. And just right on board here, General Iro going to be putting some shots down. Snorri running away from the pressure from behind. They're holding this bridge area. I mean, it's crucial to keep this flag alive, but the flag's been ran, and it looks like it's been taken away just here as Insurgents trying to make a run for it. Exile gets the flag past the double doors and wins that fight up a chap so they can continue to move the flag, but in response, Noir gets their flag out of the base as well, so Insurgents going to have to cap that back. Here's another fight down mid, and American Carry unable to complete it. That's a 2-on-2, and the flag continues to move. Botany barely able to get it through the doors to Snowy. They pass it off like a baton. They're running track and field, and this flag is somehow making it back to the base.
And that's a great move, a great pass. It's almost like we're watching football instead of Halo right now. Just perfect execution down the field. Able to go ahead and get themselves close enough to find that flag, but you got to make sure to grab it. You got to finish it off. You got to get there towards the end and make sure you have a flag of your own. But we're once again in that catch-22, and we see all and Snowy get themselves onto that site, onto that flag with the overshield, able to get the return, and now we see Nor having their first point.
That's huge. Insurgents caught on the back foot. And it looked like after a really solid run, they'd be able to contest the flag, but unable to do so. American Carry goes down 4-on-3 situations. Insurgents trying to keep the flag moving. And look at that. They've taken bodies down one by one. It's a 4-on-1 situation. And now it's all down to Arctic Val to try and sustain. Oh, great grenade there. Botany goes down, but they're picked off still. 3-on-2 situations. Insurgents trying to slowly but surely move this flag up again. And this time they have way more players alive as they get through double doors.
you see the rest of the squad already making themselves back to their flag, saying, all right, we're past these gates now. We can just go ahead and hold out, play it slow and steady because the rest of them are in the middle of the map. And you see that free point coming through for them. So now with all this contention on the side of Nor, trying to get onto that flag side, the side of the Insurgents, they need to go ahead and get themselves on it. You see 3 players making a move. This is full investment in offense right now. You only got 1 player in the back, and that's literally because he died. That's the only defense you have. So you're going to make sure to cut off these players in the middle of the map. Make sure you get yourself a little bit comfortable there to go ahead and get to these fights and win them on top of that as you run into one.
And that flag will make it in towards mid, but Nor has to back up, and they're losing a little bit of map control here in order to stay on the flag. But as a result, they've lost their entire team. A full Insurgents wipe on Noir. As that overshield looks like it's about to come back in. Here's the flag going to be picked up once again and thrown towards this flag base as they continue to push things through. It's General all the way up into the base. They should be able to slide it in, and they do. 2-1 now, just under that 4-minute mark.
Yeah, and that's kind of the key right there. So playing that time, knowing you got to get yourself to 5 scores, I'm not going to say it's impossible by any means, but it's definitely got to be a stump for you to get there unless you go ahead and speed up the game. And we already see that game could get sped up as we see in whole Nord going to able, picking up that overshield, winning out that gunfight, but getting traded out there towards the edge. You got to make sure to get yourself onto a flag because right now, quite honestly, with little time left, you can just play defense at this point and feel fairly good about yourself.
Oh, disruptor grenade is going to come out. Yeah, you got to be careful of getting a little too complacent, but absolutely, you don't need to overcommit now. Now you can just play for map control, play for weapons, and just hold your half of the map, so to speak. But Insurgents are continuing to win these gunfights. There's another one as Arctic Val goes down, and American Carry follows him to the grave. Some more shots, and Botany just barely losing out that fight, but the revenge comes through, and now it's another 3-on-1 situation for Insurgents. They're positioning themselves for this Rockets pickup, and indeed they will pick it up. And now it looks like General might have actually gotten to those first. Snowy now getting some shots in from behind from Arctic, who's going to continue. And Snowy almost actually able to trade out, running in for a desperation melee, but can't confirm it. And now both teams scrambling for position on this flag area. Another grapple coming in to hold bridge potentially, but both teams going to reset just for now. Is now 2 minutes and 30 seconds and change on the clock for Insurgents to potentially tie this up.
You mentioned scrambling, and you could definitely see it on the side of Insurgents. They're trying to find themselves a way to go ahead and get onto this other side of the field, get themselves a flag. But when you see Nor actually find themselves some great trades, some great positioning in the middle of the map, they're able to go ahead and get some damage off and some kills to follow through with it. So they go ahead, create a little bit more breathing room for themselves, create the game, and create some more time for themselves because that's all they need at this point. But as you see the aggression coming through, these players finally moving up into the middle of the map, maybe winning that fight right there, that could be enough for the rest of the squad to follow through.
What a kill from Monsteria to get that grenade, but they don't get the overshield down. It dropped back to the ground here. So Nora might be able to go and pick it up. Botany trying to get there first and wins the fight. Backs up, has the overshield, but still can't get away to use it in time. No, they go down. And now it's the 3-on-3 situation. That overshield still potentially in play, but look at this flag run coming in through Bulldog, pushing in.
Oh!
And no, General goes down. 4-on-3 situation. And Snowy's looking to tie things up with 1 minute and 30 seconds left of the clock.
Snowy's most definitely trying, but when you get that backsmat to come through and the double kill from the likes of All American Carry, he's definitely holding up to his name right now. But you got to go ahead and make sure if you're going to carry that flag back to your side of the field as well, because you got the carry coming through, you got the answer coming out as well, and you got a tie game on your hands to be dealing with now. Knowing you're going to be right back on the offense with the trade coming out, or possibly just an insane kill coming out for the side of Old General Root.
And now this is where the rubber meets the road here with just 1 minute left on the clock. Overtime is now potentially in or on the table here. Insurgents looking to try and get things back to that control they had on Street Stronghold. I mean, Nora's playing like a completely different team here. Really, giving them a run for their money, but Insurgents now with a slight player lead can allow them to get a little bit of map control here, potentially go for the flag, but they lose another player. Now it's a 4-on-3. Looks like it's going to reset back as both teams looking for picks once again to try and get that player advantage. They come the grenades out, and Arctic Val's going to go down first. General Iowa's going to follow them down. 4-on-2 situation, and Insurgents are winning these fights time and time again.
Yeah, and I feel like at this stage in the game, you can go ahead and make a little bit of a rush. Go ahead and allocate, because we saw earlier, Nor do a pretty good job of getting themselves 3 players onto the aggression, find themselves to go ahead and get onto that flag, and if you create that chaos, if you create that little bit of a disruption, you're not worried about it. But quite honestly, you got to be worried about that kill right there from Carry. A great trade, a lot of damage to be working off of, but with the rest of the squad on the other side of the map, looking to go ahead and grab this flag, we already see
someone's got to touch it.
Somebody's definitely got to get it off.
No. We're going to OT. Here we go. No time left on the clock. No one gets to a flag in time. And that might have been actually potentially uh yeah, we're going to OT. Yeah, we're going to OT. And that might have actually gone the way of Insurgents because the Rockets and the Overshield were like literally seconds away from spawning, right? So if someone just touched the flag and then got those power weapons into the fray, that could have been it, the win in sudden death. But we're gonna go to overtime to see how this plays out.
Yeah, and with these spawns coming out, as you said, I mean, they already come right off the start of the game once you get yourself in these new rounds. And with that overshield coming right in the nick of time there in the middle of the map, able to go ahead and help win that gunfight, you got to make sure to have the backup from the rest of your team. And it's most definitely there for the side of all Insurgents as they're in the middle of the map, find themselves some kills, finding a little bit more establishment and some pushing room to get themselves into the stage to grab that flag if need be.
By the way, I'm loving that picture-in-picture right there. Shout out to the production team here at GLG. Big pickup there. Going to be Insurgents tying things out player-wise. 2-2 as they try to go for a respawn here. We still have 4 minutes left on the clock, and neither team wants to give up an inch. As of course, Insurgents don't want to be giving up a potential opportunity to go to Game 3. Noir wants to get it, but Insurgents wants to get that 2-0. And they're still playing really strong with these BRs, but Noir's starting to hold their own. They're coalescing next to each other, but there's the pickup. Pachap goes down on bridge back towards spawn, and there's the push all the way coming in from Arctic, who overextends to try to get revenge and instead goes down, and now Noir again losing bodies. Botany goes down, they overextend, and neither team able to really get a hard advantage, but Insurgents is slowly inching up closer towards that flag.
And I love that, how they're just playing it slow towards that flag, winning these engagements, not getting over antsy once again, just playing tempo, playing slow and steady. Because I honestly would have made the call when you're in a 3v1 scenario, shove into that flag and just grab it. I mean, if anything else, worst comes to worst, we have the flag in the middle of the map and we can win these fights. But they didn't say that. They didn't do that. They went ahead, played the game a little bit more slow, working on the outer edges, and they're just getting more and more kills as they find themselves onto this flag.
That was so huge right there. Noir had 2 players alive, and one of their last players decides to push before the other 2 respawn. That allows the flag to get pushed out here. Overshield does not get used either, and Monstera needs to win this, and they do! No way! What a melee! The Overshield's gonna come through. The flag continues to push up the middle of the map, and now Insurgents in a position to set themselves up for the flag capture. They're so close to doing it, and now they just need to run it in as another body goes down on mid. Insurgents will put it in, and Insurgents will find themselves the necessary flag cap to take the second map here on Bazaar and the series 2-0.
And what is such a much better map, I feel like, overall. I mean, North, they found themselves at towards the earlier stages, especially having a lead when they had that flag. We just didn't see the defense I wanted out of them. I mean, that was the biggest factor, I feel like, at the end of the day. When you get yourself a lead, you can't get over antsy. We saw it when it came around to strongholds, when we saw Insurgents just kind of play the game slow, say, we have 2 sites, let's not grab a third and really get ahead of ourselves. Nor, I feel like that's kind of what they really did when they found themselves in a lead with those flags. Sure, you want to get yourself a third, but you got to get a fourth and a fifth. And quite honestly, that is a lot of work when you're already halfway through the game, knowing that you're not going to have that ratio unless you really step things up and build yourself into 6th gear. So with how much there was against the line, Insurgents able to step it out and find themselves the first.
Yeah, really well played, constantly in control of the map. But I mean, Noir really brought things back. I mean, like I said, they look like a completely different team coming from strongholds on streets. Bazaar, they looked way more comfortable and they played things a lot slower. But you could see towards the end of the map there where things were starting to get really high pressure. You could see how Noir players started to overcommit a little too much. They were taking one-on-ones they didn't need to take, which became one-on-twos when they weren't able to finish their kills. And those things, those little small mistakes kind of add up because Insurgents found themselves with the player advantage more often than not. And when, like, we were talking about earlier in the series, 1 or 2 deaths, even just 1 death for a team, can immediately mean a flagpole, the oddball pickup, the stronghold capture. Just a single death can really change the tide of a particular fight. And Insurgents, more often than not, were able to capitalize on those singular deaths, those individual picks, as Noir would kind of stream in one by one towards an area.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a huge testament just generally in the overtime. I feel like that's where we saw most of it. I mean, we saw Nor going ahead trying to rush the middle of the map, get there on the other edge, towards those market, towards those windows. But instead, we saw Insurgents just kind of pushing themselves along Bulldog, able to find one pick and then saying, you know what, we're not going to just really push the flag just yet. Sure, we have a manpower advantage, but we want to see if we can get a little bit more. Just hold the middle of the map, make sure they can't cross this line. And if we find ourselves 2 more or 3 more, maybe we've already shut down their offense. We got 4 players to be on our offense because they have nothing left to really put themselves on the other side of the field. we can get a free flag grab and then get ourselves across the field. And that's exactly what they did. They just went ahead, played the wave game, kind of stretched themselves out, washed up a little bit, pushed out, washed up a little bit. And quite honestly, they've inched more so, more so, more so. And they gave them such a free return once they finally got onto that flag.
Yeah, it was closer than I expected, and I also expected the Rockets to play a bit more of a role in that map. But it was really
Yeah.
like the control of the overshield that was the pivotal kind of point for both of these teams. And in that case, you could see teams looking for the overshield to try and escort their flag. But also, shout outs to both teams for making it really hard for those rocket pulls to be effective, right? Like, we really
Yeah.
didn't see a lot of rocket kills. The second we jumped up over to Rocket Tower, there was pressure there. So, Noir kept it close. I would be surprised to make a good run in the lower bracket, but Insurgents came out on top there.
Yeah. So with all that being said, this will be the conclusion of at least our first series coming through. We're gonna have a second one coming because we're gonna be following Insurgents and seeing if they can get themselves a little bit more of a run. Gets kind of a story developing here, but we're talking about stories. We could also have this be a weekly series. So if y'all like anything, if there's anything I like, don't like, feel free to let us know in chat, on Twitter, wherever, just so we go ahead and get that input for y'all. But if you're not really into Halo too much, and if you're more of a Valorant player because the game's been out forever and everybody loves it, we do have Pit of Valor coming up tomorrow night as well at the same old time. So make sure not to miss that. That's going to be number 68. We're going to have ourselves the old regular prize pool as usual. But if you want to sponsor it, let us know. And with that being said, you can also get yourself early access if you join that gaming country club that we got going on here at GLG. So go ahead, exclamation point GLGCC in chat to go ahead and start looking at that. And also, if you want to go ahead and be doing it at a LAN center instead of online, we're going to have access for that as well. We get a GLG LAN center coming into Rochester, 22 stories into the sky. So you can go ahead and type GLG LAN in chat with it followed or prefaced by the exclamation point, excuse me, to get yourself a little bit more information on that on our website. So with that, it's going to be done with my little time on the desk until I come back later. But in the meantime, Jack will be joining y'all for a second series we have coming through here on GLG. We'll see y'all here in a little bit.
Welcome back, gamers, to the Forerunners Mantle here on a Tuesday, brought to you by Great Lakes Gaming. I'm still Dax City, now brought to you by Orbital as we move on into the winners round 2 here. Orbital, nice to have you on the desk here with me.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've been a Halo fan ever since my brother-in-law showed it to me for a very long time and told me I was trash. And I didn't know how to do anything except for snipe. So it'll be fun, kind of watching all this and getting back into it, getting into the swing of the action. Honestly, getting back into the fast-paced action of Halo.
Yeah, it's nice to be back, right? Like I've been, following Halo for a long time. CE was my first Halo all the way back when.
Yep.
But now that it's on PC, I'm a PC gamer these days. It's nice to have it available, and of course, it's nice to have it free to play, so it's accessible for everybody. The game's been great so far. We were talking before we jump back in. HCS has been great. We got more of that coming on the way as well. So Halo Infinite Esports looking really good, and it's nice to have this level of tournament as well to jump into some more action.
Yeah, and especially with the map types that we have, it brings a lot of variety. So a lot of people, I personally am a big fan of Big Team Battle,
Yes.
Slayer, even SWAT.
Okay,
I love
okay.
SWAT
There we go.
because I'm a sniper fan. The thing is though, bringing in a level of macro play brings into it a whole slew of understanding, and so the possibility is. The possibilities of understanding, you can't just go for those kills, right? You can't go hunting on your own. That's a huge thing that we're going to start seeing over time. And if you've been following either the North American or European regions of the Halo Championship Series that just streamed, I believe, a couple days ago, it was phenomenal to be able to watch some of those. You learn very, very quickly that it is now a very much team game. Before it was, you run after certain weapons, you go for the power weapons, go for all the kills, but there is a level of macro play to it, and I love the fact that we have Stronghold, we have Oddball, and we have Capture the Flag. These three exemplify the fact that you have to play with a coordinated squad, or you are going to flop in a not-so-fun way.
Absolutely, right? There are tons of win conditions in these games. Getting control of those weapon objectives, getting, player and map control, and then obviously the objectives themselves since we're not playing Slayer. And we saw in these the previous games how important it is to keep your team alive, not trickle in one by one. So it's a little difficult for teams to get things going when they're losing a player here and there one by one as they try to push a part of the map. So that team coordination, like you're saying, is super pivotal.
Yeah, and something that I also like to see teams do. There are some where, if you talk to any old school Halo player, staggering the deaths is actually very, very important in these games. Learning how to kind of guess where the opponent is going to spawn at. How do you stagger the deaths? How do you stagger the deaths? Sorry. How do you always keep it in a 3v4 or even 2v4? If you can get those collaterals and get some of those slips, especially if you pick up the rocket launcher or if there's a sword on the map, you can pick that one up as well. Staggering the deaths, especially in games such as, I want to say, Strongholds or even Capture the Flag, it's not so much an Oddball. Oddball is kind of there and then it's not as important, but in Capture the Flag especially, it's always about how many members are down. Can you push? Can you go for the flag? And can you start juggling across? Or are you going to be met by resistance? So I'm very, very interested to see how this is going to play out between these two teams.
Absolutely. As we're jumping into our first map here, it's going to be Strongholds on Recharge, FOV 65 versus COD Kids. Both teams at least scored a battle flag 2-0 their previous opponents, so we're going to see as the cream rises to the crop how they fare against each other.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. And of course, we already see the caps coming out here. So AB here on, I believe, Streets is Recharge. Very, very sorry. Recharge is the map that we are currently on here. And again, with the current spread of where the sites are, it's so difficult to get a 3-cap. And honestly, a lot of analysts and a lot of coaches actually say you don't want a 3-cap. It leaves you a little bit too vulnerable. So a very nice start for FOV, getting beaten C, claiming it, holding on to it, and hopefully maintaining this edge for the next couple seconds.
Yeah, definitely. That's kind of like the name of the game, right? Holding those two spots and then trying to funnel kills on the other team as they spawn from the third position you're not holding. And you're right, you kind of spread yourself too thin when you go for 3 caps because you have no idea where the other team's going to spawn. You're likely spread out and can't trade off each other. So you're going to see teams hold 2 positions that are likely close to each other, B, C, A, B in a lot of these maps, and then hold those positions and try to cut off the map with these long sight lines to make it really hard to push for the other team to get B most of the time here. And you can see all this pressure being put on. FOV 65 is just on top of things. They're constantly getting the player advantage, and look at that score. It continues to tick up.
Yeah, at no point has COD Kids actually been in control just yet, and we can already see the VRs are doing work right now. Huge opening shots coming out from either side, and We're going to flick back and forth again. Hey, I'm Rex is going to be on your screen now. Going to take his chance. They actually are going to go for the cap because B is currently being contested. Are they going to get the cap through? COD Kids need to be able to secure, and it is, but an immediate secure back means that it is going to be FOV continuing to rack up those points. Over, and a nice kill comes out. That's going to put Ideas into the gray for a little bit as we take a look at Angst, who so far has been riding off the edges, but a nice kill for kill. Feels good, man, or not so good, depending on how you play it. But COD Kids looking to cap on C. If they do, it'll be the first time they actually control two sites at the same time.
And this B fight is just constantly paying off here for FOV 65 until they've lost a couple bodies from COD Kids who are going to be able to get that cap, and it looks like they're even going to put some position here on C. Active camo doesn't look like it's been picked up either, and FOV 65 starting to lose bodies as they try to regain control on these sites, but still COD Kids are not actually building points in any kind of way, and they've lost B now, so in all this fighting they're not getting any actual points on the board, so if they come out on top, they're still way behind.
Yeah, and for the first time they actually do cap. I was wondering when they were going to be able to cap without any answer. And this is the first time, right? We're going to go ahead and see that blue bar tick up ever so slightly. But the contest on C is happening once again. This is a flip. FOV are playing to an exceptional degree, and not just in the macro rotations, but we're taking a look at the individual kill list. Idea sitting at 9 frags. Take a look at Hey, I'm Rex sitting at 8. These guys on FOV are absolutely showing up in the individual gunfights, even with just a BRN.
And that, you know, kind of begs the question. You might want to see COD Kids trying to go for energy sword or ammo or camo a little more often, because they are falling behind in KD wise. They're not winning these fights. Westy 0-7 right now. So you're not unable to win those fights long range. I mean, obviously you're not going to be able to convert, but you're not going to be able to hold these sites. And even with that win COD Kids got, they only got 4 points out of it. And they're still struggling to keep pace here with FOV.
A little bit difficult, as again it's a 3 cap, and you gotta wait for COD Kids. They're praying to get one. They do get Steve, but that's about all they're gonna get here, and need one more if they want to start racking up the points. Not gonna happen anytime soon. It's again 120 to 8 feels good, man. FOV though gonna go ahead and maintain, and I will say FOV have done a really good job of maintaining whether they want to go for the contest or if they just want to go cap something else, right? It's always a contest right there, and you can see it right there. Almost getting A, they do get it. Once they're going to go stack those points as quickly as possible. A B take here as a 1v1 fight does that. Ideas a 10th on the board, making it 11th frag as well. So these quick firefights still going FOV's way.
Yeah, FOV constantly in a position where they're up like 4-2, 4-3 on players. They really don't have to worry about losing a site because they can just rotate and take the other one that's open. COD Kids really is unable to stop that because they don't have enough players to stop the rotation from happening. They're still not going for active camo. They haven't been able to grab energy sword either. So they're just playing the straight up textbook FBR game and they're not winning it. FOV again, a full team clear, the double kill coming out from Easy Mac to make it a 4-0 sweep right now. And look at all these points. FOV is just stacking it up and running back and laughing to the bank.
And you know what? Maybe setting your FOV 265 in the settings is what's giving him that heads up, right? And a nice set of kills means that it's a full collapse of the sides. COD Kids not enjoying the fact that they're getting 3-sided right now, still at 8 points only, and they're gonna have to respawn and try and figure out where they want to move from here. Throws are out. You can see in the little picture-on-picture there, it is going to be a quick jump over as Ideas and Easy Mac are going to go ahead, sprint down one. Westy is not allowed to play for too much longer. A nice double kill coming out for Easy Mac. Puts him at 7, matching up against the likes of Breezy and Westy. COD Kids feeling the pain as they're only 15 points from losing game 1.
Look at the COD Kids right there. In these fights, like, they're constantly separated. They're running in different directions. There's really not a lot of coordination. And how many times have we seen a COD Kid player by themselves getting caught out and dying? There's another example right there. So they really don't have an opportunity very often to push these sites as a group because they're constantly down in players. And just like that, FOV very decisively taking this 250 to 8.
Nigh a perfect round. FOV go ahead and nail home 1, and I have to give credit, right? We were talking about the fact that it was looking a little bit interesting if you're going to go for the 3 cap, but it doesn't matter. There is a certain extent where you can lead and say, hey, listen, we're not worried about the fact that it's 2-1 or anything. You have to play the standard. No, we are winning the gun duels. We know for a fact, even if you try and cap, we will contest or have another one of those sites ready to go. So we can take that low gamble. We can take those fights and say, hey, we'll go ahead and aim for that third. And again, COD Kids didn't really have a response.
Yeah, right. Like that's the other side of the coin there, where you're just so far ahead that it's not even. There's no point in worrying about it. Just go for the push. If you lose the site, who cares? You're still up 2. You're still getting points, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the hard thing about strongholds. It can be kind of snowbally in that respect, where the other team can really hold on to 2 positions hard. And even when you put pressure on it, you're not capping until you get the full capture of the site. And even if the other team starts to put pressure on it, you're no longer capping points now, even if you have control of the site. So if you're not winning those gunfights, you can easily lose that momentum in like the blink of an eye. And we saw with COD Kids, like they got that big win on B and they took themselves from 4 to 8 points, even after getting a big consistent win on that fight. And as a result, those are the only points they really got in the entirety of Recharge.
Yeah. And now taking a look, it might be a little bit easier because if you spread yourself thin, it is difficult to find your option back. But going to CTF and being able to kind of focus down your line of sight to a single thing, hey, we just have to capture the flag, we just have to move it out, might give a little traction for COD Kids here. Because again, they were kind of split. Do we want to go for A, B, or C? We have to go for all 3. There's only one room that you have to go through. There's only one line that you have to go through. You have to get the flag and you have to get it out. That should give them a linear path and should also allow them to start winning some of these gunfights, right? That is something that I do want to hit on quite a bit, is actually taking a look. I think it was Ideas that was top frag or getting close to top frag there for the side of FOV 65. Nigh double the amount of kills as anyone on the other side of COD Kids was. That just showed his individual strength, right? Yeah. I want to see COD Kids be able to step it up, 2v1 these fights or 2v2, take those gunfights, and try and run it home from there, because I am a little bit worried, as we do get word it is going into Aquarius. We didn't get to see it last time. This is the other Capture the Flag map that we will see here tonight.
Yes, Aquarius. I know Mick in the back is like, groaning about this. He's not a big fan of Aquarius. I, on the other hand, am a huge fan of Aquarius. And it's a rapid fire, volatile kind of map where you can counter cap and counter cap and counter cap back and forth on this map if things start to get a little, awry there. So it's really going to come down to not dropping bodies, not being the first pick, and putting yourself in a 3v4 situation. This map is all about those really long sight lines. And so far, FOV has been winning those long range BR fights. So you're going to have to try to get in a little closer somehow. You have the Stalker available to you. You're going to be able to go top mid, get that sight line. You kind of have that like midship aspect where you can take fire from across, opposing bases. But this map has so many cool like nooks and crannies to get into, slide boost potential, especially on those right and left side staircase lanes. I mean, you can easily cross the map in a blink of an eye. So this is a map where you have to be, head on a swivel, communicating as a team, and not putting yourself in 1v1 situations that you can avoid it.
Yeah, and that honestly is more for COD Kids than anyone else, right? Yeah. That is, it's advice, but for them, it's a warning, right? This is a squad that constantly got it caught out. We were talking about it in the latter half of that game one, consistently finding themselves in awkward positioning, whether they don't know the map as much, maybe they're not as experienced as, say, FOV 65. It just seems that they were a little bit slower on a lot of these movements, and you said it, it's a fast-paced map. Yes, it's split right down the court, but this is one that can end very, very quickly. If you're talking about attack, remember, I believe it's only, I want to say 5 caps is all you need to be able to end the game very, very quickly. And if it's running back and forth, right, if it gets to the rhythm where consistently your side, if your flag post is constantly left unprotected, they can cycle even quicker, right? Once you got the flag, you run it back. Someone else is prepped, waiting in a corner, ready to go to grab it again, and you juggle all the way through. It cycles out of control. So I love the fact that you brought up, you have to be aware of your angles. You have to be aware of where the powers are in some of the equipment, as COD Kids are the ones that are probably going to be split into 2-2 setups and have to be running that way. Yes, you slow down your own attacking phase, but your defensive is much, much better. So we'll see if they decide to do that, or if they're just going to go again and say, hey, take the 1v1 fight, screw it, we'll send the gamble all the way through.
Just get good and just win the fight. Just don't die. Like that might be the advice they need. And we'll see how it goes in as we're gonna be loading into
just
Aquarius.
Don't die, forehead.
Just don't die. Just 4-shot. Like duh. So easy. You got this far. Yeah. And like, I'm interested to see the contrast between Bizarre CTF, which we saw in the previous series, and Aquarius CTF, where, like you're talking about, the 2-2 situation, you're going to see a lot of rotations, a lot of movement on this map. Bizarre, you kind of see teams slowly inch up in like a line across the map and take it laterally. This map, you're going to see a lot of those close quarters positions, taking fire in groups and trying to keep, on the move so you don't get spawned, trapped. You don't get spawned from behind and 3 spawn from behind. You die to someone you didn't see coming. That can happen a lot on Aquarius. You can't just sit in a position and play defensively, kind of like you can on like Street Strongholds. Just hold those elbow positions. Here, you got to constantly stay moving and try to get any angle you can possibly afford. So yeah, this is a high energy map, and I can't wait to see us load into it because it's going to be a doozy for sure.
Yeah, and I want to keep eyes on ideas, right? Once again, one of the top fraggers for the team. I can't remember if that was the exact top fragger. Maybe I can take a look here in a little bit. I think I can actually. Yes. I do believe Ideas was one of the top fraggers, had a phenomenal time there, but his individual play was on point. And I want to see him be able to do it again. It was between him and Hey I'm Rex that were dueling it out, and immediately opening firefight between the two teams as the CTF kicks off.
Yeah. Oh, and right into the slaughterhouse. Those grenades doing a lot of damage, but it's actually Angst that goes down instead. And this is, when you talk about like grenade spam, you're going to see a lot of that in this map. There's so many small areas, long lines. Those grenades can become Hail Marys. Breezy going down, trying to get out of dodge there. And also another kill should likely come through unless they are able to get away. Oh, no, it just barely gets over the ledge. And FOV still winning these gun trades, so it looks like they're going to put some pressure on this flag for the first time. A really well-placed 4-shot there by Easy Mac to take down Breezy and get this flag moving.
Oh, and I love the juggle. This has been so much fun to watch. Good juggling is something that you just have to give huge props for, right? Knowing the angles that you can slide the flag in and being able to dance it all the way through.
Oh, no!
That's a snipe right on the edge, but there you go. Oh. That's going to be, I believe it was Angst, ready to go with the
Gassed
assist.
Him up too much. A lot of pressure there and dropped it at the end. No, but you're right. That was a solid run. You can even see towards the end how like they ran off to the side to avoid taking shots to the back. Like that's right there, small, minute details. You can see that separates the good players from the great. And a flag cap for FOV. Not only did they get that, they almost get a full team wipe as COD Kids reduced to 2 players. They're at 1 for a moment, and now again they're still trying to take fights before their team respawns. We saw in the previous map that led to their demise a lot of the time.
Yeah, and again, this is the question mark. This is what I was talking about. And capture the flag, it's imperative. Oh. It is the most important thing that you do not allow yourself to be staggered in deaths. And it's happening again as this time they stop it right below the flag cast point, but still should be a chance. I believe it is picked up once again. Yep, easily picked up there. It's going to be a straight swing forward. They're going to dance that as best they can. Still sniped out, so COD Kids having a little bit better time here, but FOV still able to single out a few moments and drag the flag back to their own location.
And FOV also picked up the active camo, so once this flag comes through, they're going to have a nice leverage point to push up. But COD Kids, a nice quick 2-piece right there. Westy getting on the board, and Zany as well. They're going to put Easy Mac down and some more pressure coming in. Another player, Hey I'm Rex, drops as they try to contest Breezy. Breezy does go down, but the flag has been pulled. And it looks like COD Kids trying to make their first attempt at getting on the board here, but it's slow and steady. They are finding the kills, but now they're losing their most critical players, the ones on top of the flag, and FOV are starting to trickle in.
Oh, and that one hurts. COD Kids had the right idea, but the flag getting stuck right in the middle is possibly the worst case scenario for them. That is the easiest spot to defend if you're FOV, especially off of spawn. And yeah, that's all it's going to be, is they're just going to have to wait. But I don't think FOV realized that they actually have to go in and recapture the flag. I think they're just waiting out there. Finally, I think it resets. It just takes a little bit longer this time out, but you can reset it much easier. Still, though, I'm waiting to see if they can pull it off. Again, a nice grab, but they're going to dance it out. Great shot coming out. That's Breezy and Easy Mac CX going down into that gray zone for a bit.
Now look at the difference between the COD Kids pulls and the FOV pulls. FOV is pulling the flag after they've gotten guaranteed kills. COD Kids is pulling the flag when both teams have 4 players alive. So it's like impossible to move the flag all the way up mid, and again, FOV is going to return their flag. So no worries there. COD Kids really kind of have to pick their battles a bit more. Like, even now, they get a couple kills, but it's 2-2. They can't really put pressure on the flag, but they don't want to get staggered, as you've been pointing out. And even though they're getting these kills, the flag is not moving. FOV should be able to just let it go back to its base, but COD Kids really needs to kind of figure out when's the right time to push for the flag and not just force the issue.
Well, so I also just realized something because I think a member of Kaki's actually just grabbed the flag and left it. There's a possibility that they're just forcing FOV to not cap. So this is another strategy that you can do. It's very cheeky and it's very annoying. But remember, so your flag has to be on its stand if you want to cap the opponents. So there is a way that you can just force the opponent to never cap, which is just slap their flag out to the middle, keep raising the timer for them. It's not perfect, and it's more just a cheeky way because, of course, this happens. But I think COD Kids were doing that just to try and buy a little time, which I can actually expect that was their plan.
Well, they might need to buy a little more than time here. As I know down 3 flag caps. You said they need 5, and it looks like FOV is looking for the 5-0 sweep as they have so much time on their hands to make maybe a couple mistakes if they need to, but they're firing on all cylinders here. Ideas with 14 kills to their name, just looking really solid. They pick up a 15th in that gunfire there, and now another capture. Like, look at this. FOV just playing nice and smart, getting the picks, slowly taking over top mid and getting active camo, and with that pickup, now they can put some more pressure on the flag.
I also want... Ooh, that was a great one. There is also something that I want to see happen. This map is, I think, the only one that is able to have this happen. There is a way that you can actually boost the flag up if you have a partner sitting in your own CTF base. You can boost it up and cap really, really quickly. I think you can grab it out of the air. I'm not too sure. I've seen some people talking about it, but if they can, that'll be a hilarious way to cap a 4th or 5th. Ooh. But so far, they're not too worried about doing anything fancy. They're just like, hey, just take the licks, get the frags, and then finish the game off in consistent fashion.
FOV kind of trying to force the flag there, and it's going to continue to move forward, but they are unable to do it very cleanly. COD Kids, though, I mean, they're losing bodies here. Now 1 player alive, Easy Mac going to go back onto the flag, and there's no one there to stop him, so he's going to run things right up the stairs, and there's that little jump spot right to the base. Oh, almost makes it there just in time. Breezy and Zini still awaiting for that flag cap potential, but it looks like FOV is going to need a little bit more time to get it there, and there it is. There's the cap all the way from Angst. So now it's a 4 on... Oh, I'm sorry, that was from Ideas potentially, but Angst trying to pull it for the 5th cap. They're looking for that 5-0 here, Orbital. They're trying to make it happen. They're trying to get to the next round here. They got places to be.
Yeah, and remember, for COD Kids, if they lose this one, it's not out of the woods. They're not completely out, right? They will fall down into the lower bracket, and they will face off in a chance for redemption. And I will say there have been some glimmers of light, right? Daxi now sitting at 14 kills. I believe last time Westy also was sitting at 0 frags in that stronghold run. So they're looking a little bit better as time goes on. Maybe this is something that they can practice on later on in the lower bracket. Try their best to keep warming up as time goes on. But at this point, Ideas and Angst are completely taking over. Ideas 21 kills so far. 5 minutes still in play, and it doesn't look like they're too worried about trying to grab that flag anytime soon. They want the perfect time to be able to cap.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're talking about the KDs here. I mean, sometimes we can, you know, talk about the objective and how it's being played, but a lot of it just comes down to who's winning these gunfights, right? And Ideas is plus 12 right now, so that's an absolutely huge difference maker because, I mean, COD Kids can't score if they don't have players alive, obviously. And they're getting some more deaths come through. Breezy gets jumped down on. There's the flag getting thrown out of its hold. And FOV looking for that final push. They're still, again, using these lower mid pushes to keep themselves protected from the high ground. But then look at these picks coming in. The escort is absolutely there. And COD Kids might not be able to get there in time to stop it. There's the 5th cap. And there's FOV taking it 2-0 with that 5-0 win here on Aquarius.
I mean, Rex didn't pull his weight, though. That's what I'm going to say. Rex did not get a single flag cap. Shame on you, Rex, for letting your teammates get all the glory. Fantastic job, though. 4.5 minutes still left, I believe, and it was a phenomenal set. So FOV 65 looking very strong here into this next round. They will move on to the winners semifinals. I can't wait to see what else they can bring to the table.
And they're looking really strong. That was not only getting their first round win 2-0 here, but getting their second round win 2-0 as well. Aquarius was all them all day. I mean, there was absolutely no point on that second map where it felt like they might lose it, right? They were constantly in control of the map. They had flag runs over and over. And we talk about, COD Kids might be able to get the flag out to stop the cap from the other side, but they really didn't have any true runs of themselves because they never got like a 4-on-2 situation or 4-on-3 or 4-on-1 where they could push that advantage.
Yeah, it's a stall tactic. And the stall tactic works if you can come up with a game plan to deal with your opponent. If not, It's literally just delaying the inevitable, and I can't
Yeah.
blame them. Again, stall it out. Don't let them cap too quickly, or this. I feel this game could have been over with 7.5 to 8 minutes left on the clock if they didn't do that. And I wonder if that's what they were doing, or just going for the Hail Mary, because I believe it was the second week of the Open qualifier, if I remember correctly, in the North American scene. It was cap after cap after cap after cap, like going
Yeah.
back and forth with those capture the flag moments where we were at a standstill of, I think, like 4-2 at one point. So aggressive or non-aggressive, it's up to the teams to play. And I like the fact that we saw FOV come out with such a strong hold, and COD kids have a little bit to work on. They still have the lower bracket to try their chances.
Yeah, we'll see FOV moving on. COD Kids still have a chance. It's an awesome double elimination bracket here with money on the line here at GLG. But don't go anywhere. More Forerunners Mantles coming your way after this quick break.
And welcome back, everyone, to the third round here, the Forerunner's Mantle here today on GLG, brought to you by all GLG. We're not going to have any sponsors for the day, but I am going to have myself a beautiful co-host over here on my right. It's going to be Orbital Cast that y'all just met. How you doing, my mans?
I'm doing all right. It's been a great time so far.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I've definitely seen some great matchups so far. We saw, some different interpretations of the bracket, some different approaches we've had so far, and definitely some different approaches just generally when it comes around to the flow of the game. We saw a little bit of a slow matchup there in the first series. We found an absolute stomp in the second, but hopefully in the third we can find ourselves even out a little bit more so.
Yeah, and it's also to be given, right? This is this is still within the first month or two of the game being released. There's still players also learning the new mechanics, old hands coming back, showing up these guards, right? The best way to put it is these old guards coming out, shaking out their rust and having a blast, and it's great. It is great, but as time goes on, hopefully we get to see more and more players really step it up and really get to that same level, and I'm loving it, right? So far, like you said, Series 1 was pretty close. Series 2 was a lot more individual mechanical outplays, and I want to see kind of mechanical outplays, but with a fiercer edge on both sides. That's kind of what I want to see.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. And I kind of want to see a little bit more map control because I feel like that's one thing that we've really been lacking today. We've seen a lot of individual fights. We've seen players kind of getting a little bit ahead of themselves and definitely having the confidence when it comes to that effort of winning those gunfights, find themselves on top and really following through with it. But I want to see a little bit more collective team play. I want to see a massive mob come out from one of these squads, 4 players just run it together, or at least a 2-and-2 system that just seems so efficient that it's really just not able to be beaten. Quite honestly, I haven't seen too much of that just yet, but maybe with this next matchup we got coming through as we're following FOV 65 and no expectations, we could see that for once.
Yeah, and so far I also haven't seen any of these series actually go into the oddball scenario. So far it's always been a 2-0 series, seeing the, I want to say, stronghold into capture the flag be taken by a centerpiece. So kicking things off once again, Ideas on FOV 65's side was one of the key players for their squad, and we got to see if it happens again here as no expectations already kicking things off. Getting a little bit behind that B side, the B site shutdown, or secure, sorry.
Yeah, and I'm already loving the start. I'm loving the control there towards the middle of the map. FOV sitting there holding it out, saying, you know what, we're going to get ourselves onto these two. We're going to make sure to hold that middle B site and get ourselves towards the edge, but no expectations. Go for a different approach, grabbing the energy sword, making sure to get that power weapon and make the most of it, especially if they can find themselves this B site to follow through. But with everybody else coming up on the edges, find themselves from this C rotation, they may have a little bit of a hard time making that out.
Yeah, it's not just that, it's also that's twice now that FOV have actually shut down some of those site takes. It was first on B, now on A, and A once again. It looks like it will be no expectations. Being able to secure that one all the way through are going to, for the first time, have 2 sites, and they're going for a trip. I'm surprised that they're going for a trip because they're actually going to lose A and C. That is one of the most devastating scenarios. They were able to stop the C, so still maintaining a 2-1 advantage, but that's not where you want to be. Again, though, FOV going to fight for the C.
Yeah, that's the entire risk that I mentioned earlier. You don't want to get overzealous sometimes because that's a big trade that you're going to have in exchange for it. Sure, you want to grab double points being earned at the same time, but that's really over antsy, and if you're not stopping your players like you expect, that's not the call you want to be making. But as we see the return come around, no expectations coming out on top now, we see them returning the scoreboard fairly efficiently, able to hold out as long as they can, especially all things considered, they're really kind of surviving in these gunfights and making the most of it.
Oh, yeah, they are. And again, no expectations, starting to get a handle on things here. I'm liking their rotations together, right? You can even see it right there, but Angst was actually enjoying that fight. And now we're going to I Am Rex. Gonna try the best to maintain, and now B is taken over. Nice steps from across the map, going into the scope, praying for a little bit more action. This is FOV now hanging on to 2, going for a trip cap because they're already losing A, so realizing they have to be ahead of the curve.
Oh, they most definitely have to. And when you see those rotations coming out, when you see FOV sign, all right, it's kind of enough whenever you get to a certain stage. All right, we don't want to have a tie game. We don't want you to have a lead. We want to make sure to get one of our own. You want to make sure to fall through, get these sites as quickly as you can. And when you already see the rotations coming out, you see everyone trying to go right there to that generator area. But you got to make sure when you're on these batteries and on that B site, you got to make sure to hold that down, especially when knowing that's the one objective that's really going to cause your team to go ahead and slip out of control.
Yeah, and a frag out on this B site is not going to come to fruition, as now no expectations. Go ahead and swamp 3 for a few seconds. Are going to lose C, but still, that was a nice set of points that they were able to collect on. Now looking at the A side, it is going to be contested by FOV. Are they going to get the cap? Yes, they are, but C is going to be the swap up. And again, this is fast and furious takes of the site so far. I'm loving the aggression, but, you know, that macro that you were hoping for is starting to slip away.
Oh, most definitely is. And we see a lot of control just generally towards the C. A lot of emphasis here, which has really surprised me over the course of this game. I mean, obviously, B is going to be a hot spot. You're going to want to go ahead and start looking at A little bit more so with that ignorance towards that C side. But, I mean, everything coming through, we see some shots to come out, some frags to come through, no expectations. So lackluster in terms of manpower right now. So they're going to make sure to get themselves on these spawns, onto this B site, and win these gunfights along with it. As you find right there in the middle of the map, it's not going to matter much as we see ideas making sure to get some shots of his own.
The furious exchange of blows nets FOV a little bit of time to collect those points, right? They're evening things up. We are going to hit that tie scenario of 57. It is going to swap over to FOV's favor. The question is, how long can they run this up, right? They're consistently holding. No expectations to a 3-on-4 or a 2-on-4. That's going to benefit FOV for a little bit, but they do lose C. So, once again, emphasis on C as FOV go, what the heck just happened?
Most definitely. They're trying to figure it out, and at the same time, they're trying to go ahead and make sure to get themselves some sight with it. So we see FOV finally grab themselves a second to be dealing with and go ahead and get themselves back in this game, earning some points. But with the retaliation coming through, the shots will be coming out as well. We see no expectations having a fairly clean, almost what will be a team wipe, but only grabbing 3 out of the 4. They're going to go ahead and force these spawns out there towards that C site. The old spawns coming through, and the capture as well to follow up with it. You see some exchanges coming through and a lot of emphasis towards B right now, which quite honestly is completely warranted. You want to make sure to have that control in the middle of the map, but with so much emphasis towards that A site now, and with those spawns moving towards C, you got such a massive crossfire that's really just choking these guys out for the side of all no expectations.
With Easy Mac holding on to that little bit of camo, it does give him a slight advantage over, but no expectations are doing great on maintaining a rotate between A and C, and then a swap into B every so often. As you see there, once again, yes, FOV do have the point lead, but you can always see no expectations challenging on another site, which is causing FOV to kind of have a little bit of a scatterbrain on what they want to do, right? They don't want a chance for A or B, because last time they chanced for C alone, they actually lost A, B together.
Oh!
Nice little trade down below. That's going to be a kill going over. Make it 2 to the pocket of ideas.
And I'm just loving the rotations generally from no expectations to keep themselves relevant. And as I say that, it looks like a triple cap could be spelled out so long as they make sure to hold down the C site, which they do. So that's going to be double covers. That's going to be double points coming through as well. But you got to make sure, I mean, just generally considering the trades to come out, the spawns, the rotations. I mean, it's so easy to capture a site in this game that I love how it allows players to say, you know what? We don't have to hold every site in the game. We can go ahead and give up a site, run to another one, because there's only 4 players to really make coverage of this entire map. And we just see no expectations, keeping themselves relevant in that regard, but we see FOV absolutely manipulating.
And I feel that's such a change up from previous Halo iterations, right? Previously, it was all about a little bit slower pace because, of course, you didn't have the sprint option. You didn't have a lot of these mobility options. It was about, all right, well, our team's all sitting over here on B. Can't do too much about that. So let's go ahead and hold B. Okay, well, A's the next site. But here, it's constant, it's rotations, and you're always looking for the next piece of active equipment. Like right now, we are taking a look at the active camo, but immediately sniped out, so Easy Mac gonna have to wait for the shields to recharge. But that's what causes this confusion, is as teams kind of learn that difference, learn and realize that, hey, holding a single site is not actually the right gameplay. They have to adjust on the fly, and so far FOV are doing a much better job of this. It took them a little bit, but now exceedingly opening up this game, 141 to 97.
Oh, yeah, so great little start here for FOV, getting themselves to that halfway point, especially crossing it a little bit more. So they had themselves the lead, but it's not too far of a lead for no expectations to come back, because they definitely had themselves a promise. They just got to make sure to go ahead and grab this A site with the fights coming through. Crown there up top, falling as well. They do grab that site, but they don't grab the survivability to run with it. So an immediate return is going to come through. A capture for the side of FOV is going to go ahead and get that right back into their favor, but they're going to have a little bit of problem holding down that B with the rest of the squad moving on, possibly a 4 stack.
They're going to try their best, and that's going to leave C vulnerable. So a quick swap once again. FOV not allowing expectations to have any expectations of how this is going to go. Almost a triple cap coming through, as a majority of no expectations are going to wait this one out. On A they go. Triple cap for a couple seconds is going to boost them up about 50 points total, and still a maintain of B and C, now being challenged at C. You can see in that little picture-in-picture motion in the smaller screen there, no expectations. Down to 2, finally capping 2.
And this is what they needed, right? I mean, they've been in the stage of the game where you see no expectations, trying to go ahead, cash themselves back into this game, and they've kind of warranted some progress, but it's not enough to really be too influential just yet. Not too convincing, because you see the shots coming through, you see the trades coming out, and the shots mostly going to the side of FOV. I mean, it's a 2-for-2. It's a great setup for them, and with already having 2 of these sites as well, they're not going to complain by any means necessary, knowing they have those respawn timers that are going to play into their favor. The spawns are going to go right out there towards the B site, locking all these no expectation players in the middle of the map. But with the push towards C, the trade coming out, and the kills to fall through, we see old Mr. Easy Mac trying to get his own taste of action, but he's going to fall a little bit short as FOV is going to rotate towards this B site and grab it for their own.
I just want to point out, Named Crown made such a huge play right there, was challenging on C, slid under the jumping member, and was able to take it from FOV, and that's what solidified this AC hold right now. Yes, it's probably going to swap over very, very quickly, but it looked good while he was doing it, and once again, FOV feeling a little bit better, 176 on the scoreboard. We're starting to hit that late game of this map 1 that you have to be worried about. The gunfight goes 2-2, and that's going to go in favor, no expectations then, as they hold AB.
Yeah, so some great setups here for no expectations. Finally get themselves back into this, but as you said, it's a later stage of the game. Things get a little bit more contentious right here. Things get a little bit more stressful because you want to make sure to keep yourself in it. You want to make sure that finish line, even though it's within hands grasp, you got to make sure to be the first one to snatch it. So we see no expectations have some great holds right now. They got to have a little bit more influence towards the A side. Otherwise, they got to go ahead and start looking at a rotate. And as we already see right here in the middle, that Mangler coming out. The shot's not able to find the kill just yet, but with the teammate following through, that's going to be a great little group set up for them.
Yeah, and for the few seconds that they needed, they were able to triple cap. B is probably going to go in favor of FOV, but that's enough to close the gap, right? Only 20 points separate these two teams, and it's still climbing up, so a nice kill coming out of Ideas, who is at 17, following behind Rex and Angst, who each have 21 and 23. No expectations, honestly. For the low amount of kills that they've gotten, they've manipulated those kills to get a massive amount of points for them, and I have to give them credit for that.
Most definitely. I mean, just staying relevant in this game so far is really just the biggest accolade for them. They've done a really good job of that. They're making sure to go ahead and get whatever kind of rotations through and just kind of play around the middle of the map, but also in a convenient way where they can get out if need be, because with all these trades, all these players are really coming out of almost nowhere. They're not having the best situations at sometimes, but they know when to get out. But right there, we're going to see 2 of their players go ahead and fall out. FOV now still standing on top in terms of kills, but they got to make sure to have some points to follow through with it.
Try their best here, as once again FOV feeling good, but almost a team wipe. I think Ideas is the only one still alive, and yet no expectations, get 0 caps out of it. Now they go for A, but it's still going to be challenged, and that is heartbreaking to say the least. When you're taking 3 members off the board, you want to be able to get something out of it, and you actually lose resources in that regard. Once again, FOV holding B and C. Oh, that one hurts so much for no expectations.
It all comes down to those spawns. If you don't make a move somewhere, you're not going to force these guys out anywhere else. You got to make sure to go ahead, use those respawn timers to reset yourself into an area where the game sits there and registers, okay, well, we can't sit there and make something unfair where they spawn in front of their face. So we got to get them somewhere else. And when you don't even reposition yourself, better yet, not even go for a site, period, that is going to be super detrimental. As you can see, FOV making the most of that, really just running away with this. They have a triple cap right now, and they are nearing victory almost instantaneously at this point.
25 points away from victory. FOV feeling better and better about their chances of moving on, and that swing into Fearless is gonna mean Ideas are sitting at 23. Angst feeling great at 29, and these players are nigh doubling their opponent's kill counts. 233 and counting. Only 15 points between FOV taking map 1 and no expectations falling. They're going to try their best, but again, getting close to a triple cap here. It should mean no expectations have fallen. But no, they stopped B. They have stopped B, and now it is climbing for them. But again, A is getting capped over in favor of FOV. That should be it. 10 points away from victory.
Just try to play it slow and steady right now. Just kind of keep that survivability on the field. Make sure to keep yourselves held together. But you got all 3 sites, and that's a lot of work for No Expectations to do almost immediately. It's not going to be enough as they find themselves losing in a pretty close manner, I would say, for a while there. But 250 to 162 shows that FOV definitely stepped up.
Phenomenal play there. And I love what just happened. Again, so close like we were talking about, and there is something to be said about a team working more off of what do you get off of the kills rather than get kills and then the objectives, right? No Expectations. Yeah. If we're taking a look, I think I actually got a screen cap and I want to total it later about how many kills FOV were able to pick up, right? A majority of the members outside of Easy Mac were landing in the upper 25 to 30 range. Ideas had 25 at the end of it. Hey, I'm Rex had 26 and Inks had 32. The highest that No Expectations had was on Named Crown at 22, whereas the rest of them were all sitting well below the 15 mark, and yet they were still able to pull 162 points. I don't know how easily it is to put into words how astronomically macro play that was until the last couple of minutes. Like, that was phenomenal on No Expectations' part.
Yeah, and I completely agree. It just falling a little bit short and making sure not to make the most of the opportunities handed to them. And I feel like that's all it dwindles down to. They made sure to get some kills here and there. But once they got to the end of the game where they just had A and C kind of out of their arm's reach, and then you saw B just kind of being locked down by them, you usually expect, okay, well, it's great to have this B site. Well, it depends on the map at that point. I mean, they're in Halo. It's an arena shooter at the end of the day. It's not what you have in the typical maps where it's 3 lanes or another thing where you have sites or whatever. This is a completely different matchup. This is a completely different meta, completely different environment that we're dealing with. And knowing that the B site has complete just middle ground from A and C, which has such easy sight ranges over there, you're just going to start getting shot before you can really start reacting. And when you don't even have a chance to really gather with the rest of your team, you can never really collide together to create something or any kind of push somewhere else to really give yourself that breathing room that you've been wishing for.
Yeah. And moving into the next one as well, CTF, this is going to be even more paramount that the side of No Expectations get on their kill feeds, right?
Yeah.
You said it. This, at the end of the day, it's a battle royale, or not battle royale. Wow, wrong words. It is an arena shooter, right? At the end of the day, this is most important because in CTF, it's the most important factor of the entire game. If you drop to 2v4, that gives unimpeded access for the opponents to run in, get the flag, juggle it all the way back to your base, especially on Aquarius. We saw how quickly these two catch of the flag points are set. It is, I think, like 4 or 5 juggles, and all of a sudden the flag is on the opposite side of the map, and you lost that point. All it takes is 5. And I want to see it go by quickly. I would actually love to see a more aggressive pace. I want to see these teams just go hand in hand, running back the flag over and over again. Screw defense, screw everything that's said. I don't think that'll happen, but I have a good feeling that FOV should be pressing that tempo as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I feel like especially for a map like Aquarius, I mean, obviously, usually we saw it last map in Bazaar. You want to have that mid-control. You want to make sure to get the slay, get that double that you mentioned in the middle of the map so you can actually capitalize on top of it. Because sure, you can kill the 2 offensive guys who are rushing your base, but that's not going to give you enough time to get to the opposite side of the map, grab a flag, and set it up. You got to make sure in Aquarius, with all these kind of, I would say, obstructive sight lines, you got to make the most of that. Play out here on the edges, play on the staircase, find the shots there, as we already see old Angst trying to get his own little battle going through and able to go ahead and get a kill, but the trades are going to come out. It's going to reset, get everybody back to their respective spots, and a little bit more control for this active camo is what everybody's looking for.
Everyone wants it here, but of course the opening frags do go FOV's way, so the upper side is going to be contested, but the first one to actually grab the flag is named Crown. So No Expectations saying, hey, let's send this. Let's have a little bit of fun in the early stages, and the cap is not going to come through. The couple shots go in, and again, FOV are going to sprint towards their flag, try and make sure it doesn't get picked up once again. Majority of the rest of No Expectations, though, can't even get close, as that'll be the return.
And a great little just, not only return of flags, but return of just compromisation there. And just getting together, getting clustered up, making sure as a team saying, let's not go ahead and play the aggressive right now. The flag is down. We need to make sure to return this before we make any other kind of move because, I mean, we're better at fragging. You can see it right there in the middle of the map. You just go ahead, win those fights, and just play slow and steady and just get yourself a lead before you start playing some defense.
You know what? Angst and Easy Mac are doing great, but they're saying, Ideas, come on, man. You were top fragger up there, too. You're doing great. Let's get that 0 into a 1 or a 2, right? Now we are taking a look, a couple tags going out saying, hey, maybe we want to move to a different direction. And the mid-fight breaking out there as, again, a majority of FOV are kind of hiding off of the wings there. I think sitting in Treehouse and Street there, not really able to get too much more. As the majority of FOV are still getting stalled out right at around the middle ground before they can reach the flag.
Yeah, I mean, you already see a little bit of influence towards there. You saw on the outside, FOV really setting themselves up for it, but they're actually going to have their flag kind of reset off-site it once again. But right here in the middle, towards that spawn, you got old Rex saying, all right, I'm going to find myself a flag as well. You want to hold ours hostage? We're going to play some catch-22, make sure to hold each other hostage, and hopefully we can reset ours first.
Yeah, and that's going to be a hide in the corner, straight into grabbing the flag once again. Phenomenal job coming out here, but again, no expectations. Once you try and take that flag, unfortunately, it has to go through the open area. You're trying your best to maneuver, and Ideas, watching as his teammate is able to dance it out. Hey, I'm Rex, though, is going to get taken out. You need to be able to grab it, but a nice sneak from behind, no expectations. 2-3 alive versus Easy Mac, who's sprinting. Easy Mac in this scenario, is he going to get the first cap of the game? Yes, he is. That's going to be cap number 1 for FOV, 1-0 so far.
And a great start here from FOV. We saw that they weren't the first ones to have their flag, you know, taken off base, but they were the first ones to return it. So everything coming through for them right now. They have a great setup. They just got to really play some defense if they want to go ahead and play the long game, but I'm sure they're going to be looking for a second here soon. So they can have the defense coming out with no expectations coming out here on the backside. But with the trades to come through, they're definitely sitting confidently right now. Just finding a little bit more space to be breathing in, a little bit more room to grab that flag. But with the shots that come out from All Fearless, he's going to make sure that doesn't happen.
That was a great crossfire, actually, set up by No Expectations, keeping a majority of FOV off of the flag capture point. Really, really well played to not allow any members to really force it out. And again, the mid battle with no utility in the middle, just kind of is like, okay, that's a fight and a half. FOV, though, still battling for control. Nice swinging around means Ideas is able to take a 6. These quick rounds have started to work in their favor, but Fearless on the other side currently has 10 frags to his name. No Expectations are fighting back every so slightly. Nades go out, and FOV are still stalled out from getting their second flag.
Yeah, this has almost felt like a snowball effect to some extent. I mean, it was kind of a slow start for some of these players and some of these squads, but I mean, everybody's kind of getting a little bit more comfortable with where they're standing because you said it earlier, Ideas sitting at 0 kills, now finding himself 6 and some pretty hefty assists as well to follow through with it. But when you look at all things considered, the flags both being there in the middle of the map, everybody's trying to figure out which to return, which one to go ahead and grab. It kind of creates a lot of contention, a lot of confusion, but with the trade coming out in the middle, it looks like it may just naturally reset itself.
I love it. I pointed it out in the second series of the day. It's just, listen, if you can't actually get to them and return the flag, just screw it. Toss their flag out the way. Don't let them cap it. It's the most annoying thing that I've ever seen. It's such, I hate saying it, it's such a boot to the back, right? Just like, all right, listen, we aren't going to let you do anything there. And nice hit on the back. Is able to save his teammates. So FFV actually went out on the trades and after resetting their flag are going to get their second of the game.
Yeah, so that's a great setting for them overall. I mean, sure, one's great, but why not double down, grab ourselves a second, knowing that even if we do slip up by any means necessary and they grab themselves a capture, we still have that lead. We just got to make sure to create as much breathing room as possible. Creates a safety net just in case we have any mistakes. You already see the trade, the shots out there on that left side of the map. FOV having to retaliate, knowing that that capture could be coming here soon.
And honestly, No Expectations are now feeling the kind of weight behind it. They've been able to get the flag off of the point every so often, but it's almost immediately answered every single time by FOV.
Yep.
Here we go for a third cap chance, right? And No Expectations, they're starting out well. They're getting the start. I give them credit for that. But every so often they falter, right? It just stalls out and FOV capitalized. So this is possibly going to be the third. He's going to... It's right there. Just open it up. Just go set it in. There we go. All right, it's reset. That's going to be the third cap very, very quickly for FOV. 3 caps in 6 minutes. 2 minutes is the average that's taking for them.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great standing, knowing that they got 6. They can find themselves 3 more, but it only takes 5 to end the game. So I don't think they're playing time by any means necessary. I mean, they could have went ahead and stopped at 2, but they said, no, we're going to add insult to injury, find ourselves a third. Any attempt they make, our defense is kind of stacked right now. So we have no concerns about our flag being taken. Even if it does, we know that we're going to be on the opposite side of the map, here in the middle, able to find some shots of our own. And we just got to make sure the flag gets off. As we see old Rex find himself some great shots, a perfect to go through and give himself a lot more space in the middle with that teammate following out. Everybody just being collected there in the back of the field saying, we get a return, get another capture, be one off from ending this series.
And that should be the slide in, a little bit of a fancy footwork moving in. And that's going to be 1 capture for Ideas, 2 for Easy Mac, and 1 for Rex. So Angst is the last one to potentially get a cap. And again, with the slide up, it's going to be a duel of hands as the melees went out. And that was Ideas taking 1 before losing, and in the trades back and forth. It is a majority of Hey, I'm Rex that clears out the mid. 3 slap down. And that should be another grab of the flag.
I think it most certainly could. I think it should, if anything, because, I mean, you see the setup for them, the way they've been playing out this game, all those frags being in the middle of the map, that says, all right, we already got 3 players sitting there. Let's go ahead and make the move. Let's grab this flag, reset it at least. Just pick it up for a second, buddy, but they are going to get that reset. They're going to go ahead and make sure to provide themselves some more time, but when you got so much coverage there, you're really not concerned if you're on the side of no expectations of whether or not they're going to contest that. They're just going to go ahead and reset, get themselves on the left side of the map. Spark up here trying to go ahead and fight for his own life in a 1v2, but on the other side of the map, we're going to see no expectations falling fairly quickly.
And FOV are not hurting for any timer, right? They're more dancing it just to try and mess, I think, with no expectations, right? So now they're going to go ahead, slap 1 in. They're going to get the return on their own flag. And watching as this win goes through, no expectations are kind of getting hard pressed here, right? They are trying to gather themselves up. So far, they lost 2 at a time. And I don't think it's ever going to be an easy time for them to be able to push with 4. They have to protect their own side. But a topside win is going to drop 2 of FOV, and no expectations for the first time. Have a 4-on-2.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's something they definitely want to make sure to take some use of, because we didn't see them take use of the team wipe when it came around to Stronghold. So maybe they change up their flow, maybe they change up their pace here, but as it seems so far, they just didn't have enough time to get onto that flag and go ahead and snatch it right up, because everybody's already back alive and well from the side of FOV, able to go ahead and clean house. Now shutting down 3 players, possibly getting a standing of their own.
Yeah, but it was all on their own side of the map, right? So FOV actually couldn't capitalize on that, and they're happy about it, right? They really don't care. They understand that they're probably going to win it here. With 3.5 minutes left, there is a very low chance that no expectations are going to be able to cap 4 times in a row. And yeah, I'm not seeing it, but of course we do see someone in the backside. FOV are going to try their best. Flag is being returned, though. It was dropped a little bit low. Shots are going through. Is it going to be made? No, it's not. So it is a grab. That will be FOV trying to sling it through, but Easy Mac and Hey, I'm Rex were taken out, so Easy Mac, I think, was the one holding it. When they win this duel out, FOV really want to try and get this last cap.
And you love how FOV's sitting there making the most of no expectations. These guys are really scared of the players that are alive. They want to make sure to win those gunfights. But in the meantime, you got the rest of the squad just saying, all right, well, he's trying to fight me right now. Go ahead, grab that flag, get it returned, and find ourselves a series as FOV finds themselves the 5th flag, the 2nd here game, and the 2nd map at that to end this 3rd series in a dominant fashion of what we expected.
Listen, it's the FOV difference, right? You got to expand your horizons, expand your field of view, because that's apparently what they're doing. They've been able to swing and take fights at such an incredible rate that I'm loving it, right? It looks messy at the start as they start juggling that kind of that distance, that pacing of the game. But as soon as they got it down, as soon as they can kind of read their opponent, they're winning these gun duels over and over again. They're finding these niche opportunities, and honestly, the funniest part to me is the melee fights that they have, right? The melee fights, somehow, FOV are able to turn it around. They always have someone waiting in the back line to be able to capitalize on top of it. Yes, no expectations were taking 2v1s at points on their own side of the map, but of course, it was FOV that were always aggressing, always on that aggressive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing about Aquarius. I mean, if you're throwing that map out there, if you're throwing that flag into the middle of the map, you have a completely clear sight line if you're there on the defense. I mean, usually if you're on defense, you're not really too involved. You're just kind of playing in the back, staying on your side of the map. And on something like Bazaar, you got those massive buildings right there. You can't really see all that much. You got a gate covering there in the center. On Aquarius, it's wide open. I mean, if you see that flag down the field and you have 2 players pushing up on it saying, all right, I'm just going to punch this guy, get a single headshot, GG. I'm going to go ahead, make sure to pick it up, reset it, and then just hide away for a second. I mean, there's so much coverage there that you can have on that defense. We saw FOV really just making the most of that. No expectations, find themselves on the outside in these staircases, trying to get a little bit sneaky. But, I mean, when you got brute force in such a quick manner as FOV had, it's not enough time for you to react.
Yeah, and all my eyes still go actually now to Angst and Easy Mac. I believe those were the two that actually had the highest KDs at the end. Ideas, sorry, I was a big fan of you last time, but I mean these two are kicking it up a notch. They are constantly winning these fights, and that's something that I will be saying over this broadcast if we continue following FOV. These are guys that would rather scrap than go for the objective, which again, it works to an extent if you have that individual skill levels above your opponent.
Yeah.
But going against someone that might challenge them in that regard might cause some problems. So I'm very excited to see once someone is able to fully challenge them in the micro sense that their macro gameplay will start to shine through.
Yeah, because I mean they're winning all these 1v1s. You just got to find a squad that's going to step up and make sure to win that 2v1 before you really start evening out the dividends. And that's a really, really hard thing to do. I mean, you got to have the communication for that. You got to have all the game sense. You got to have the map set up to where you can really have that flexibility to be there as quick as you need to. So Aquarius, I feel like would be the right map for it, but no expectations not being the right team for it.
Yeah, rough time, of course, for them, and hopefully we get to see them make a run through the lower bracket again. They still have another chance to make it through, and again, they showed a lot of gumption, a lot more than we saw in previous rounds. So I'm very, very excited to see if they can continue their run and try for a chance of revenge.
Yeah, I'm most definitely with you, but they're going to have to make a pretty good run in the lower bracket because we've seen some pretty good teams get sent down there as well. But it's not all over just yet. We have ourselves another game coming up here soon. But before we go there, we also have some more events coming up here in the week as well. Tomorrow we got Pit of Valor coming through, number 68. We've been doing this series forever. We can also do that here with the Forerunner's Mantle, so long as y'all enjoyed enough. So let us know here in the chat, over on Twitter, wherever need be. Just kind of get that input to us to let us know what we could do better and what we probably could do worse. I mean, that's a stupid idea. Don't do that. But I mean, all things considered, though, we honestly do really enjoy the game. I'm sure y'all do as well. So with all things considered, just please give us an input and help us out here at GLG. And even then, if you want to help us even more so, you can also help yourself by getting a country club membership. Go ahead and type in !GLGCC for that. $10 a month will get you and your entire team early access into every single tournament we have coming up. So if you're a Halo guy, if we continue this a little bit more so, you can get those perks for yourself as well. But with all things said and done, we're going to go ahead and close out this series and start looking on to the next one right after this short break.
Stronghold captured. 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 Eagle team halfway to victory. Stronghold captured. Stronghold captured. Stronghold captured. Stronghold captured. Stronghold captured. Stronghold captured. Eagle team nearing victory. Stronghold captured. Stronghold captured. Stronghold captured. Flag taken. Flag taken. Cobra flag returned. Cobra flag captured. taken. Eagle flag captured. Flag taken. Eagle flag returned. Flag taken. Cobra flag returned. Flag taken. Cobra flag returned. Flag returned. Flag taken. Eagle flag captured. Eagle flag returned.
Welcome back, gamers, to the Forerunners Mantle as we continue our way through the winners bracket and to winners finals. I'm Dak, still here with Orbital as we are kicking things off for what's going to be absolutely, I'm sure, based on what we've seen from these teams already, a phenomenal match.
Yeah, we're getting into that winners finals side. Winner of this moves on to the grand finals, and that's going to be one heck of a match. And I'm excited, right? We've seen FOV 65 have a fantastic set of games so far, sweeping it 2-0, have not really been challenged. On the other side, Old and Washed. Number one, I love that name. It's hilarious, and that gives me so much hope. Have only dropped one game so far. I believe that was over to Halo Tourneys back in the quarterfinals on the winner's side. So having a little bit of a rougher time. So that still gives me a lot of hope that they are skirmishy. They're very fight heavy. And I'm going to love the fact that they're probably going to take a lot of those scrappy 1v1s and 2v2s that we haven't been seeing much so far.
Yeah, no, both of these teams definitely proven themselves. And this is kind of where now, you're like the old saying goes, right? Every plan kind of fails at the face of the enemy. And these teams might have a game plan going into this, but their skill so far is unmatched. It's why they're the top two teams remaining in the winners bracket. But also we've seen both of these teams playing phenomenally across these game types and maps. And shoutouts, by the way, to Active on Old and Washed, who is not only a Halo commentator, but a mouse and keyboard extraordinaire, has been leading this team so far through the bracket. Of course, Ideas on the FOV side, she's been popping off throughout this bracket, and we're going to start things off strong here with Strongholds on Recharge.
Can't go wrong with a little bit of recharge here. I think we've seen it 3 times in a row. No, it's only been 2, I think, for the opening on the Stronghold side, and so far already, we're still having some issues. It looks like capping that B point, which is surprising, right? It's already about 45 seconds in. Normally, we already have a cap here, and it does look like it is going to be FOV trying to get the better of it. Still waiting. I'm surprised. Now it's going to switch over to Old and Washed. Okay. A little bit of a surprise change-up.
Ideas putting some shots in there. B is, of course, as we've seen throughout this practice, throughout this broadcast, an extremely integral part of the map. It's constantly being vied for from both A and C. But look at this, a potential triple cap coming in. FOV with the full wipe and the triple cap. Even though Old and Wash will be able to get C back here, they'll still be up 2 spots.
Kind of came out of nowhere too, and they're holding it down actually really, really well. So far, stopping a cap on C, aren't going to stop the cap on B, and a retry on the cap on C is going to net Old and Wash too, but not before they are able to rack up a decent amount of points. Now it's going to be down to this B cap. If FOV are able to take it, they should secure a solid point lead, maybe about 10 to 15 in this next run. Again, Old and Wash are still having a good time. They're still trying to find their footing, and why not take a little bit of time for themselves?
Absolutely. Looking for a potential triple cap. B goes down, but they are able to pick up A, so Old and Wash will start to build some points here. Energy Sword is available over at C if Old and Wash wants to use that to potentially give them some leverage in defending this site, but no one's there to pick it up except Smokey, who has a lot of pressure on them, puts some shots in. Active also gets into it and does get the revenge there, and now it is a 4-on-1 with everyone but Angst alive here. And Old and Wash going to continue to stack things up, looking for a triple cap of their own. Look, I mean, this is actually pretty crazy to see here, because trading triple caps between these two teams is pretty wild.
Well, what's crazy is FOV were about 1 second away from capping C, as he did just now before, and that would have stalled out the triple cap, but instead they actually lost that initiative, got triple capped, and are now down about 20 points or so. I want to say about 25. Now they're going to challenge back and hopefully be able to get this B. They are able to. Yes, they are. They're not going to start building their own, but so far Old and Wash having a little bit better time in some of these fights.
They are, but now they're getting routed a bit here. Old and Wash brought down to 2 players. That's going to allow for FOV to get this cap. They're going to swing it back, but they have to defend B here. You can see Trip is already on the site. Might be able to get this, but it's getting contested. Drop down is Trevor, but they're immediately picked up and now just leaving Spooky by themselves on the site, trying to get out of dodge and cannot do so. So now Old and Wash staggering in, trying to maintain what little ground they have, and FOV is just letting them come to them. They're just doiling up the points right now. Look at that. A nice back smack. Trip goes down, and Smokey and Trevor are the only ones remaining as FOV continues to stack the points.
This constant aggression and finding Old and Wash when they're not expecting it has allowed FOV to continue amassing these points. And again, this is, I think, the second time that we saw a 3 cap. Yes, it's not always the optimal sweep of 3, but it's helping, and they're about to get a third unless this C is stopped. B is also being taken by Olden Watch, so that's going to be a triple cap for a brief moment, but that's still enough to cap some of those points off. Now it's going to be FOV fully on the attack. They are not defending any of the other sides, as that's 3 in there. And they're going to triple cap, immediately force themselves up to 100 points. A is going to be tried to hold onto as Olden Watch try and find something, a nice boost out, as that's going to be Angst not allowed inside the site.
That repulsor coming through. FOV so confident, moving in behind Ideas, who's getting some shots down and leading that scoreboard, just pop it off so far. FOV continuing to build on this lead. I mean, they were only up by like 20, 30 points a few moments ago, and now they have completely run away with it, though they are about to lose C potentially. But look at this pressure all the way on Staircase. It's being held by Trevor, but Trevor has too many angles to hold. And that's a nice little two-piece there. Ideas gets it. And then Spooky with a big BR grenade combo. The 1-2 punch clears out C. And with B getting capped now here, Olden Wash, I mean, they're trying to keep pace gunfight-wise, but they're unable to find the rotations to continue to hold two spaces at a time.
And a little bit of a slap on these shots is going to net FOV the man advantage. However, that's trade right back. Easy Mac and Angst not going to enjoy this setup. And so far, Olden Wash maintaining A and C, which is odd, which is very odd to see. Normally, it's A, B, B, C, of course. We know that tried and true, but we're maintaining 2 for the time being. Are able to boost themselves up to about 75, and they're still going to count up even further as the C retake is now stopped. FOV having a little bit of trouble out of the gates here as A and C are getting a lot more difficult to take back.
Yeah, and this kind of map, which is certainly, even if it has a lot of those small corridors, it's still a pretty big map. And so you do see these AC holds, because B is just, you can attack B from literally anywhere on the map. Like, it's so hard to hold B. And if you do get back onto it, you can just easily get grenaded out. So you see these teams kind of looking for AC if they can. It keeps them at a distance safe. You know, they can hold those spots from a distance. They can hold those sites from a distance. And then contest B with long-range weapons and grenades. And now, though, FOV has control of B, but look at that. Immediately, Olden Wash try to take it right back.
No reason not to. But, of course, the whole point is, again, Olden Wash chasing after FOV's score. No reason to pressure either. FOV have actually stopped trying to go for that 3 cap. Just said, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead, get ourselves a comfortable lead before we chase in. And a majority of Olden Wash are off to the site, so FOV gonna lose a little bit of control in the mid, I believe, and now gonna chase down.
Oh,
B looks like it is the play, as
wow.
Swing around means Olden Wash are able to take a couple of nice frags, get themselves onto B, but C is gonna be taken, but it's an A-B take. FOV gonna lose 2 and 1.
Yeah, Olden Wash with a really great rotation there and a nice 2-1 swing to take control of A and B. And now they're going to push out and look for some action up mid. You can see that bridge is held entirely by Olden Wash, so that's cutting off access to Whirlpool for FOV, which they would use to transition over towards A site. Instead, they can't do that here, and Olden Wash will hold for now, though. In the meantime, FOV has a player up here, I Am Rex. Or, hey, I'm Rex on A site. They get the kill and the zone capture, so now it's AC hold here for FOV.
And I love that nade. The nade stacking in this has been perfected. I want to say Halo perfected it with the bounces, with some of the long-range tosses, right? And some of the angles that you can hold on to have been immaculate, to say the least. So far, though, now into the 120 range. FOV going to try and slow this one down. And if they get this double cap, that's going to be devastating for Olden Wash, but they stop the one on B. A is still being contested on both ends. So it looks like Olden Wash are feeling okay about this. They do slow it down and stop it. So again, AB will be in Olden Wash control for the time being.
Yeah, Olden Wash really bringing this back again, now within 30 to 40 points. They've started to hit their stride here. And FOV find themselves down a player more often than not, which seems pretty uncharacteristic for them, considering what we've seen in the tournament so far. Olden Wash now getting the better of them and looking to tie things up, but they take out Angst in the meantime. They find Easy Mac. They get Hey, I'm Rex. And look at that, a 4-on-1 now with Ideas by themselves. She have to do a lot here. Does fight active, goes for a no one. Potential double kill, no, can't get the cleanup. And Olden Wash will continue to get closer and closer to the 171 points of FOV.
Yeah, and this one hurts because, again, they just surpassed it. Oldham Wash, out of nowhere, are able to slap in about 30 to 35 points and are still maintaining. And B is now the chance as Ideas is going to try and keep it all to herself. Yes, she gets it, so it slows down the timer, but the damage has already been done. The trade-off of the leads has already gone in Oldham Wash's favor, and they're looking like they're going to lose C. So FOV trying to fight back, trying to reach 200 first, and again, that'll be good, but Oldham Wash feeling good. Now are just going to hit that 200 mark.
That was a big reset on C as well to keep that in Oldham Wash control. It was almost capped. Here's the shock rifle right there. A big weapon. You might not actually need to hit those shots because if you even whiff slightly, it still does a little bit of residual damage and it arcs damage nearby near teammates. So it's actually a weapon you can't scoff at too much. Meanwhile, you can see Easy Mac holding down strong right outside C, crouches down for some additional points and gets a kill there as well. And now the B contestation from Hey I'm Rex immediately shut down. FOV again left with just Ideas, who has to try to hold on a 1v4 here at B site.
Oh, and unable to do it. This could actually spell the end of the game as C is about to be capped. It is finished off, and Oldham Wash from behind are able to sync it up, but it still looks like FOV are going to fight back. They take A. Are they going to take B as well as Heretic off? Can't secure it, though. They don't get the B, and that is a huge stop. I believe from Trevor and Tripchi. Those two members are able to focus it down. Are going to lose control now, though, as it's 2:42. A single tick left on B or C would net the win for Oldham Wash.
Yeah, this is too close for comfort now. FOV not out of it just yet, but they have to play so safe. The second they lose a body here, it could be over for them. And here comes the cap. They're trying to commit here to grab A, but if they lose this here and B, that'll be it. And look at that, just like that, Oldham Wash find the kills on A, but the reset, that's massive from Rex. They need to keep that site alive, and indeed they do. Grenades come in. Rex still somehow staying alive through the barrage, and Oldham Wash can smell the blood in the water, but they have to get control of C right here. And it's so close. Active still outside of that site. Gets put down right there on a really well-placed shot by Ideas. And now Oldham Wash have all three sites, the map, and the series lead 1-0.
Oh, that was close. It was that last-minute ace that was able to push Oldham Wash over the edge. Able to take it home, but 194 to 250, not a score to scoff at. FOV putting up a massive fight, and we'll be taking a look at the second in the CTF phase to see if FOV can bring it back.
Yeah, Oldham Wash definitely, playing from behind a good portion of that map, but then halfway through, they started to hit their stride, they started to hit their shots, they started to find their kills. They had a couple players that were pretty negative KD-wise. They were just losing their fights, and sometimes it comes right down to just that, right? It's not really necessarily strategy. It's, all right, I need to win this game, this gunfight, and give us a player advantage. A lot of the time, Oldham Wash couldn't get that. But then, through the map, through as time played on, they were able to win those gunfights more often, found themselves in a player advantage more often, and that allowed them to get those triple caps more often as well.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal game to watch. I have no other words for it. I loved it the entire time through. And again, the back and forth is exactly what we were wanting. Of course, CTF. We're going to go to Aquarius again. I believe that is Mick's least favorite map so far, but I love it, right? Again,
we love it, and so it's two of us and one of him. So
yeah, outvoted.
Yes.
But again, I love the cheekiness that can occur here. And again, with these two teams, I have a feeling we're going to have a lot less defense and a hell of a lot more offense.
Oh, definitely. Like we were talking last time we saw this, that's that counter cap potential. But we saw a 5-0 on Aquarius last time. You lose one player, and that's a route right through. You get hit by a couple stalker rifle shots. You have to fall back into cover, and that opens up the map a lot. We saw that top mid control was super important, getting those angles down below, so that way when the flag gets dropped down to mid, you have players to cover the escort right there. So Aquarius really does come down to, like we said, a lot of those high rotations, a lot of speed, a lot of movement, but you want to have that top mid control and those side upper mid control areas above the staircases, so when the flag eventually gets dislodged from the base, you have players to cover you as you try to make that run through mid.
Yeah, and always the stall tactics. I still love the fact that I get to talk about that. It hasn't worked amazingly well, but it's still funny to watch. Hey, just boot the flag off the edge and pray that they don't get a cap it themselves.
Yep.
It's a little thing like that. But number one is, again, I talked about it. I want to say, I think it was just last series, the series before this one, about 30 or 40 minutes ago. I talked a little bit about FOV and how they really did rely on micro individual skill to take a lot of their wins. They were focusing a lot on getting high KDs, able to take those wins and turn it into objectives, whereas other teams will try to be objective based and take the kills where they need it, right? A little bit more team oriented. And I do feel that's kind of what we saw here, right? Old and Wash were playing a little bit more towards the sides there. Multiple times we saw them rotating as 2 and 3 with the lurker off to the edge, trying to play 1v1 firefight. And it worked, right? So now FOV are being challenged to that macro rotation. If they don't rotate as a team, they're going to fall behind fairly quickly.
Definitely. And we saw them kind of force those B site pushes a lot while they're getting counter capped, and ARC lose that push. Then all of a sudden they're getting triple capped. They're getting double capped in here. So a lot of adjustments that might need to be made looking forward. But now going into this next game, we got CTF. It's a different kind of game type, different kind of maps. So you got to make some adjustments in the short term and long term here.
Yeah, I am predicting, though, just for fun,
Okay.
that we're gonna see 3 total caps in, I want to say, the first 4.5 minutes. I feel it's gonna be rapid pace. I feel the teams are gonna try and be super aggressive off the start and just go for as many quick caps as they can, and then finally realize, well, crap, now we're just losing back and forth. We better hold off on that for a little bit. But I want to see the aggression. I want to see both these teams come firing out of the gate very early on, go for those quick caps, go for those quick fights, and see who comes out on top. And I wouldn't doubt it if we only have like a 6-minute CTF game on our hands.
Well, we'll see how it goes there. You might have forced us into overtime just by saying that, but we'll see. As already, first blood comes through, and Smokey's the first one to go down. And look at that. That comes a lot through this high ground advantage here. So much work done by Ideas as she's just holding that top mid area, gets angles on 2 to 3 players, picks up 2 kills and an assist, and then another kill as well on the other side. I'm sorry, just 3 kills outright. So, I mean, that's just, you can see a powered play, a powerful position here to start things off.
You can already feel the pace. Maybe I was talking a little bit too soon. Maybe I talked out of my butt and I'm completely wrong, but there we go. First toss out within 45 seconds, and great shots coming out as Old and Wash do fall to the edges. It's going to be a slide in as they try and take huge dubs. A nice double kill is going to open up the playing field, and maybe I'm not. All right, I take back my words. I'm totally a prophet. FOV going ahead and trying to swing wide with his first cap.
It doesn't even need to hide behind the pillar. Had more than enough health and no shots being fired towards the base, so FOV will pick up that first flag cap, and yeah, pretty swiftly. There's still over 10 minutes left on the clock to go here. Old and Wash and FOV trading out just a little bit, a 3-on-2 advantage here that Old and Wash has to push, but look at that, they lose active just like that, so players are starting to respawn, and FOV will have the advantage for the time being.
Nice touch on the end of it. They're going to try and go for it a little bit more, but in the mid-fight, it is going to be Old and Wash now kind of syncing up with 2, and that's going to be the 2-on-2 fight that does go in favor of FOV. Trevor and Spokey are both down. Plasminate going out, Frag going out. That should clear out at least the flag. And swing behind, Rex going, hey, no one's here, so I think we're okay. What more can they get? Again, Old and Wash trying to dance their way in, and with a couple shots going out, it is going to be, hey, I'm Rex, going on the offensive.
Yeah, it looks like both teams jockeying for position here, trying to grab the active camo. Not sure if someone got away with it, but nonetheless, Tripchi gonna fall to the ground there. Spokey will follow them, and Active also gets into the fray. We'll get some revenge, but Active eventually does go down. And now with the 3-on-1 advantage as Old and Wash continues to respawn back in, FOV will start to get a little bit more map controls. They want control this top mid area, and in doing so, they push in. Nice thruster boost right to Active's face. Could they win it? Yes, they do with the triple kill. Absolutely massive. And now on board with Ideas. You can see that flag right outside mid. It's dropped down, and here comes the run.
I mean, this should be an easy run. Yes, the tags on the back should slow him down, but it's just right outside of the base. Should be pretty nice. A nice nade shot out of the air, I believe. Those BR shots are not landing as well as they want. A nice stop. Gonna try and pick it up, but the melee drops them both. That should be enough time. Double nade goes out. Can't take out 3, though. And a return at the doorsteps means Old and Wash are not looking at a 2-0 cap score. Instead, it's them that are looking to push their flag or the flag back into their base.
And Olden Wash is certainly recognized now. They also have to hold this top control here and should be able to get that. Oh, wow, what a huge kill to take out Angst, I believe, as Ideas and Easy Mac try to get out of there. 3-on-2 situation, huge win, and that comes right through. A big double kill. Trevor hits the floor hard. And now a 4-on-2 advantage. FOV gonna slow things down just a little bit. It's been a bit of a scramble these last few moments. They want to regain that top mid control. 15 seconds left on active camo, so if someone gets that pickup, that could be the push as Olden Wash again loses a few gunfights.
We honestly feeling pretty okay in the current setting, and if they can get the second, a nice cover coming out, as that's going to be Ideas running a little bit of interference. She has been phenomenal. Second fragger for the team, Angst at 12. And that should be the hold again, dancing it all the way in. Easy Mac might be able to get the cap for his team. That'll be a phenomenal play. Again, a nice route and a nice set of picks. Nets FOV their second cap of the game.
Oh no,
Nope.
Trying to slide into the pillar and take cover, but in doing so, I believe extended their hurt box a bit, just past it, but no big deal. It gets put through, Angst makes it happen, and it's a 2-0 lead here. Olden Wash definitely has to start to claw things back because now we're getting close to that 7-minute mark, and we'll see if either of these teams get to 5 caps, but FOV is starting to make a case.
Oh yeah, this is starting to get a little bit out of hand. You can see some of those gunfights going in favor of FOV, and it's slowly getting to the point where Olden Wash need to start making some plays happen together, right? They're starting to fall apart. They're starting to fall into that 1v1 or 1v2 scenario where that doesn't favor them. Double melee doesn't land. That's going to be a great stall out. That's from the back. We are seeing some shots go through. Ideas is going to go down, same as Easy Mac, and the flag is out in the middle. Both flags are actually out in the middle right now, so play on both ends to try and even things up, but a nice re-pick up is going to reset the timers, and that's all you need. But again, a pick comes through, and the firefight drops all 4 of FOV. Olden Wash going to try and get a little bit of momentum back.
So much work being done here by Active. Picks up 2. Too many members of FOV hanging around the flag for too long, and now it's a scramble to try and get these flags back. You can see Trip taking that top mid advantage and gets the kill off of that easy angle. Smokey drops down, gets a kill of their own. Now it's a 4-on-2 situation. Trip again, another big kill from top mid. Someone has to dislodge him out of there, and instead Trip very wisely gets out of there before they're positioned to reveal too much more. And there's another flag capture. In the meantime, Olden Washed off of those big kills from Tripchi and top mid. They're able to get the flag in.
All right, well, here comes the second run again, trying to find it, and Angst barely gets the tag. It's going to be returned, but quick spray down by Trevor is now going to go ahead and look for another. Again, this could be the tie in very quick fashion. It looks like Olden Wash don't want to give this one up. They want to take it in at 2-0. They don't want to go to oddball, and it is going to be capped. That is 2. Trevor is going to pick up 2 for 2. Ideas and Trevor, the 2 flag bearers for their team.
Some massive plays here. FOV slipping a little bit in terms of map control. They haven't been taking those higher angles here. Ideas finally doing so, but look how much pressure is to immediately get rid of her up on top mid. You can see 2 or 3 members of that team firing Ideas to dislodge them from up there. And now all 4 members of FOV are down until we jump over with Easy Mac. Ideas comes back in, but again, Olden Wash still maintains its player advantage as we hit this 5-minute mark.
Everything kind of stalled out. I never expected to be at this point. Both teams vying for control. And again, these firefights slowly going the way of Olden Wash. Again, that's a grab onto Angst. Can you find another one? Yes, Easy Mac is down. Ideas and Rex are the only ones running interference, but it's going to be too little too late. As Trevor's able to juggle, he gets past. Oh, Trevor, the mad lad is able to dance it out and is still juggling his way potentially to victory. Who is going to stop him? No one. No, is this a straight shot? Is this a straight shot? A cap of the flag. It is tossed off. Oh, FOV, that is a salty, salty flag toss that I just saw. That is going to be Olden Wash being a little bit upset that they can't cap right away.
Yeah, but they're looking to try and make this out. No, look at that. They're jumping right down. They want to make sure that flag doesn't go away. And with a double kill, a big one popping out. Trevor's the only one remaining for Olden Wash to stop this. And oh, almost got it through. And then Hey, I'm Rex throws the flag away again. Flag gets taken. They're jumping up towards top boost. They're able to get that juggle going, but it only makes it halfway through bottom mid. Spooky loses the firefight. 2-on-2 situation, and Trevor now going to be needing some action here at top base. It goes out. There's the double kill, a big one. Flag still in play. Neither team able to get things in as both flags are away just at the 3-minute and 30-second mark. Another big win there. Ideas goes down, and Angst follows them to the grave. A 3-on-2 situation as Old and Wash looking to potentially reset things here and go for another attempt.
Yep. This is getting down to the wire. 3 minutes left, and Old and Wash, they don't want to go to oddball, I don't think, because right now FOV are showing that they can battle with the best. There's going to be Tripchi, though, grabbing the flag. Can they get it home? That's a huge nade, though. Takes out Angst and Easy Mac. Oh, the shots are going through, and Ideas is trying to fire on the back end. Can't follow through because they're getting sniped from the other edge. And oh, dear, Active is now going to go down. Flag is now picked up by Tripchi. Who else is going to dance it? The juggle is not there, but a shot is made, and that is a capture. Old and Wash take a surprising lead with 2 minutes, 45 seconds left.
That is a heartbreaker there for FOV, as they're now trying to cling on for dear life here with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Trevor Ortiz has been popping off this game. They have the triple-double and 2 flag captures on Aquarius CTF, and then winning another fight there. They do get shot in the back, but now this scramble from below, Active's going to jump right in. A bit of an aggressive push, but it pays off. They're going to shot from behind and somehow get away, but Ideas chase them down. A huge grenade. What a well-placed shot and throw from the pocket. And now it is a 3-on-3 situation. 2 minutes left on the clock. And Old and Washed might be looking to extend their lead here. And Tripchi's going to pick up that flag to get it started.
Such a phenomenal set of shots. And right now, Old and Washed are just trying to play defense. They're trying to get those kills as quickly as possible. Keep this timer on their end. And with the flag return, it's going to be FOV. They have time for maybe 2 or 3 hard pushes. All they're going to have time for. Again, playing around mid, not being able to do much more, but now a trade of upper deck kills is going to go in favor of Old and Wash to take out Angst. Can they get one more? The headbutts, the melees are going to take out Active and Tripchi. Follow through on Ideas and Easy Mac. Easy Mac is still alive. I lied. But it's still even. Remember, FOV can't do even. They have to take the lead.
Yeah, they need to be pushing these advantages here. They do have a slight respawn advantage coming in, and they can get this kill on Easy Mac. I'm sorry, if Easy Mac can pick up that kill, that'd be huge. Active does go down, but Angst having some trouble. Rex also gets popped. Flag gets dislodged. There's another kill. Active goes down again, but Rex follows them through, and Angst also going down. There's a melee from top, and a double melee from Ideas to get that kill. Old and Wash are taking deaths, but time is on their side. As much as FOV's winning these fights, they're not actually getting any traction on the flag. They're unable to get towards base. The spawns are coming in for Old and Wash. The defense is really, really strong. Now there's 40 seconds left on the clock for FOV to make something happen.
It is a Hail Mary play. FOV were in control for a majority of the game, but here in the final seconds have lost it. The reins are out of control. It's slinking in. Couple shots go out. Spooky is down. Spooky is down, I repeat. But 2 are down on FOV. This is a consistent 1 for 2, and that's not what you can play with. 15 seconds left.
Oh, someone's got to touch this for FOV. They have 12 seconds left on the clock. Someone's got to put some hands on the flagpole. But Old and Wash still has 2 players left to defend it. 5 seconds left on the clock, and someone's got to go and touch it just in time. They are going to get it. That's going to be sudden death. But someone's got to get onto that flag and keep it moving here as FOV loses 1, 2, 3. They're all going down left by left, right by right. Dominoes are falling. Old and Wash have control. They take the map and the series. Absolutely huge with a big win there on Aquarius.
If that was not a thrilling 2-0, I don't know what else was. It came down to sudden death. It came down to FOV fighting, and I have to give him props, fighting to the bitter end. Old and Wash, though, with that collapse at the end, all 4 members on that flag to return it safely to their base. They played that immaculately and deserve moving on to the grand finals.
Yeah, very well played. Honestly, that first map, it looked like it could have gone either way. But then Old and Washed, I would say a pretty distinctive win there on Aquarius. It wasn't by much, but they really started to get and find their stride, took control of that map in the second half. Once they were able to get FOV off that top mid position, I don't think FOV really got back in control of it.
No, they were scrambling, and that is something that I want to say does happen actually very often in some of these kind of quick-paced games. Is if you're not level-headed or if you're not used to some of these situations, you actually do tend to fall behind in the mental game. You start getting really worried about some of the scenarios, especially if you're in the lead and you watch a team slowly crawl back, and you go, "Oh well, crap, we got to do this, we got to do that, we got to do that." And you lose focus, right? If FOV were able to slow down the pace, maybe look a little bit more on the defensive instead of trying to aggress for a third cap, there is a chance they could have actually stalled out 2 of those caps. I did notice that there were some cheeky windows of opportunity that that Old and Watch were able to make use of. So again, it comes down to mental strength in some of these fights, and I was wondering how FOV were going to do with it, deal with kind of these mental stresses when the individual skill is being matched across the board. And this time they faltered just a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this matchup specifically in the grand finals later.
No, I wouldn't be surprised either. I mean, yeah, FOV, I think a lot up until this point was able to get away with like just superior outplays, right? Like they're just solid shooters. But when you're up against a team that's also great at landing their shots and have the strategy to boot as well, you can't entirely rely on your mechanical skill anymore. And you can see that, the FOV kind of fallen behind in terms of, maintaining map control, losing a lot of players at a time, unable to push the advantage when they could. Even you can see in defensive positions where, the other side, the winning team here was able to jump in, Old and Watch. They'd find the flag on the bottom of the map, and they're jumping in one by one and still winning these 1v1s there, where those should be guaranteed wins for FOV to keep that flag going. So it came down to those really small moments throughout the map that's, staggered over time, that kind of built over time, stacked over time, and in Old and Washed favor.
Yeah, and they'll go ahead and face off against the winners of, I think we're still waiting. Insurgents Gaming is currently taking on Final Boss down in the losers bracket, lower bracket.
The final boss.
Yeah,
wow.
The final boss.
Wow,
and,
the final
Halo
boss.
Attorneys and the boys are back, are currently fighting it out for a chance to play against No Expectations. So it's going to be a while before we get to see FOV potentially again, but I think it'll still be really fun.
Yeah, definitely. We're making our way through this bracket. Still a lot more Halo to be played. I'm excited. I think you're right. We might end up seeing this matchup again. And as much as I love seeing more teams and different teams make it through the bracket, nothing's better than a rematch.
Nothing at all. The grudge match. Revenge for what happened in the winner's side.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see how that goes. We still have some more lower bracket to figure out who's making it to that top 4, who's making it to those grand finals, who's making it to that first place position. So don't go anywhere. More Forerunners Mentals coming your way on the other side of this break. Welcome back, Halo fans, to the Forerunners Mantle. I am Dak, back here with Mick. It feels like it's been a while, man. As we continue through this tournament, we're here in losers semis here between Insurgent and Final Boss to see which team will make it farther in the bracket. Mick, you ready to get into this one?
Oh, I'm most definitely ready, man. I've been waiting along for this. And I mean, as you said earlier, it's kind of been a while just because of the way the bracket's been lining up. All these teams really just kind of elaborating out the games as long as they can because I love the drive. I love the confidence in everybody tonight, and I'm willing to see where it takes us in this one.
Yeah, definitely. Even though, there's a little bit of money on the line, but it's still early in the game. These teams still want to make a name for themselves. They still want to prove what they got in the tank. And so far, we've seen some really great play. Obviously, Old and Washed winning that previous set in the broadcast in winners final. So they're waiting in grands, and that team is led by Active on the mouse and keyboard. So really great to see them popping off. We still have a bunch more teams left in the bracket as we continue through here. Like I said, we are in that loser semis position, kind of that lower round 4 area. And now it's getting down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah, most definitely. And all these guys that we're seeing right now, I mean, by no means are they sleepers. They just kind of ran into the wrong little road bump at the wrong time. And quite honestly, they're looking to redeem themselves when they do get right back up to that bracket. If they make themselves into that stage, they can know they're going to be prepared that time. They've already sat there and fell on once, and fool me once, shame on you, but fool me twice. They just can't let that happen. Otherwise, they're going to go ahead and find themselves not finding nearly as much money as the other competitor.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a top 4 payout, $200 on the line, $100 to first place, and then it trickles down from there. And excuse me, it's actually lower quarters, not lower semis here. We still have FOV waiting in the lower bracket finals. We have this matchup. Winner of this will play the other winners quarters match, and then we have our loser semis. And we're going to be jumping in real quick because who wants to keep talking about the bracket? We talk about this game here on Live Fire. First time I believe I'm at least casting this on the broadcast, and certainly love to see this map. We're getting some strongholds.
Oh, most definitely. That's probably my biggest excitement right now is just being able to be on Live Fire. Such a great map, very wide open, but you got some choke-off points here and there to really kind of go ahead and flourish in. And if we're talking about flourishing, we see our Final Boss looking to have themselves a great little start, already having a pretty solid lead so far. Only 14 points, but enough to brag about here with the game just starting and ramping up.
This certainly feels in some ways a bit more of an open strongholds kind of map, but still very much integral or very much important to be holding that B site. You get see a lot of these rotations, seeing the heat wave making a play here, and there it is. Botany goes down to 2 shots very cleanly of the vertical heat wave there. You can see that's going to be a very pivotal weapon as these teams are going to be pushing up. There's a big wipe there. Final Boss putting Insurgents on their heels, and there's the triple cap for them as they push on through.
Wow, and a massive start for them. I already talked about their lead, but it's only going to double so long as they just keep the hell down for the same amount of time. But B's already going to be contested a little bit. It's going to go ahead and go to the side of all Insurgents. But, I mean, regardless, they can find themselves a rotate. I mean, A is usually the #1 target once you get off that B site, and you can already see them looking at it, able to capture it as well. So that's going to put Final Boss on the shoes where they got to make an action of their own because it's been a little bit too long. They've kind of been chilling out so far. Just got to find the right opportunity, the right picks, and right here in the middle where you see sandbags already, you're going to find 2 players drop and giving Final Boss another setup here.
This heat wave is just doing so much damage to Insurgents. They haven't been able to find another power weapon to do some similar damage here. Nice pickup as Final Boss again with a huge player advantage over Insurgents, 81-0 as they hold both B and C, and now they have top mid. Shots going down, Botany kind of slipping by there, but there's a full clear. That's exactly what Insurgents needed, and now they have to do some damage. They have to take away B, stop the bleeding, but they're unable to do that cleanly.
Wow, and yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they did. You already saw 3 of the players from Final Boss drop there a second ago, but Insurgents was really struggling to grab that B side, even though they had players there. So great job on that last player to go ahead, keep the contention there. But I mean, at the end of the day, you got to find yourself a little bit more. You got to know to win those gunfights, especially when you're outnumbering a man that much more so. But with the rotations going through to the C site, not enough there to find that kill, find that side as Insurgents keeps there going, and they find themselves a little bit more points to be working with.
Yeah, things slowing down after that big win there by Botany, who's still holding down in lower tower here at C. Finally goes down, and Snowy will follow them, so Final Boss will pick up C. And now they'll hold A and C, which on Live Fire isn't really the easiest to hold. There's still a solid amount of space and not a direct sight line between the 2 sites, so you're going to see them flip over and take A and B instead, which is a lot easier and more manageable to hold here for Final Boss.
Oh, most definitely is, but I mean, you gotta consider all things said. Osmo with the sniper, finding the wombo combo not once but twice, grabbing himself a double, but get some great defense to be working with, you got to make sure to have the rest of the teammates there as well. And honestly, I don't think they're going to get overzealous with this. Just saying, you know what? Let them have that C site. As you said earlier, A and B is very easy to hold out so long as we can just play some defense there. But it seems like A's already going to slip out of their grasp.
Yeah, B a lot of the time is that kind of pivot point there where, all right, we're going to lose A, we're going to hold B and C. We lose C, we're going to hold A and B. But you can see it's starting to be taken here just a little bit by Exiled, who gets caught out a nice and easy sniper shot, and then the clean up, the 1 BR spray to the head. Takes out Exiled, and now Insurgents are staggered just a little bit here. To get back on, they kind of have to wait for Exiled to get back into it, and they don't want to lose any players. They're playing aggressively here at Bridge over towards Nest, and so much damage being taken by Toon, by Pope. They're all going down, left by 1. Exiled also gets sacrificed, but it's for the common and greater good as Insurgents now have a big advantage, and they're starting to get some points, but they're still, despite those wins, still struggling to get B, and in all that time, C is starting to flip back towards Final Boss.
It most definitely is, because Final Boss, they've had themselves some great holds on the outside. I mean, you go ahead, look at Toon TV. He found himself a couple little shots there with the sniper rifle, but it's now Ozma the one who's got it in his hands. And I mean, when you look at the lineups, when you look at the station they have there towards Tower, they have nothing but just free space to take those shots and also to win them as well. But when you already see the engagement on the right side of that field, as they are trying to push onto the A side, they want to go for a triple cap, and I don't blame them.
No, absolutely. Why not take it? Oh, Exile going down again. And this long sight line, no one going to be found, so going to be pushing back out. A triple cap now. B will likely be taken by Insurgents here, but will they lose any players in doing so? It's going to be Monsteria who gets put down for the count. It's a little bit of steez at the end there. Another player dropping, but Final Boss starting to lose a little bit of players. They try to hold on to B, or sorry, cap it, and take it away from Insurgents. Insurgents putting their foot down. Big loss, though, as Toon TV will take the win at top mid and force Insurgents to slow things down and respawn. Even though they do have control of B and C here, Final Boss going to push up onto B.
It seems to finally be their time for calling for the side of Insurgents, because Final Boss, I mean, when you saw that push on the B side earlier, they were flushing these guys out and flushing these guys down. And you can even see that in the middle of the map right now as we see Osmo grabbing himself a pick, able to get a little bit more initiative and look to defend that B side a little bit more so, because they have a great little standing right now. Insurgents being down 2 players, you want to go ahead and figure out what scraps you can get together, but when you're already locked out in that garage section, knowing these players are sniffing you out, there's not much you can do, because Final Boss seems to just be running with it right now.
Pope grants us a nice 2K right there, making it easy as the cap, will finally, but barely get through for Insurgents. And right after that, a nice double kill gets put in. So that's going to be a quick swap back over from to Final Boss for that A site. Insurgents will put some pressure on C, but they can't get away with it cleanly. Monsteria goes down. They lose 2 players as a result. Another triple cap, and Final Boss living up to their name a little bit, making it look MLG out here with a lot of big wins, a ton of time on the board, and time in their favor.
Yeah, they're most definitely living their name, but they're also just living in general. I mean, these guys are living their best lives is what it looks like. I mean, the way they're just putting themselves on the field, you can see the KDs right there on the scoreboard presented to you. These guys are fragging out, and they're definitely feeling themselves. And when you already see the establishment they have in the middle field, they're moving towards the B side, saying, you know what, they could go towards C, but we got bridge control. We can go ahead and get those shots off, and a sniper in hand. So no matter what, we're going to be doing some pretty big hits when the opportunity provides itself.
And with those 3 kills, Insurgents will get some time. Looks like they will get the cap on C. Yeah, you hate to see it. But in doing so, Insurgents loses 3 players, so this C site likely won't last very long. The sniper going to be critical, and Urinado takes out Exiled from behind as they push back over towards House. There's the A cap. Meanwhile, action at Nest. Big melee to clean things up as Snowy had nowhere to go, and Toon finds them. And both teams scrambling to keep their players alive, but it's working in Final Boss's favor. Even though they've lost all those players in the end, they got a bunch of time and put themselves within 5 points of winning this map.
Most definitely. I mean, time is of the essence right now for the side of Insurgents, at least, because they got to go ahead and make it work for them. Because Final Boss, I mean, you mentioned it yourself, they only got 5 seconds, and they're not too stressed about it. When you see the amount of leeway they got, I mean, 245 to 70 right now, they need a little bit more to be working with, and quite honestly, having at least one side. If you're Insurgents, you got to be forcing up there and looking for a triple cap, because the Final Boss has already found 3 of those in this game.
Well, it's going to be impossible with their entire team getting wiped, and a triple cap on the other side comes through. Final Boss flexing with the triple cap at the end to make it 250 to 76. They take this first map, they take Strongholds, and they'll take a 1-0 series lead.
And quite honestly, they deserve it. With a performance like that, I mean, You can really tell just from today, generally, we've seen a lot of teams just sit there and kind of dominate when it comes around to strongholds. We saw some close matchups here and there, but you can tell that a lot of these teams really just prioritize themselves towards a certain game mode. And we can tell the final boss is theirs is most likely strongholds looking, or at least that map is with how they played it today.
No, absolutely. Insurgents were looking good in that winner's bracket, but final boss, I mean, making it look like a completely different fight here. Looked strong entirely through that map. It didn't really seem like Insurgents had much of a chance at any time. Final, even when they would get those full wipes, like one player, a final boss, would be alive long enough to hold the defense and wait for their team to respawn. And that's really hard to deal with when you have those individual plays, big popping off. And of course, we saw some really good special weapon usage, a lot of power weapon usage there coming out from final boss. I mean, obviously the sniper was a big power play, but even the heat wave was a good way for them to start building that lead in the beginning, because the heat wave allows them not only get the kills, but get them quickly so they can move on to the next fight.
Yeah, you saw a lot of lockdown kills from that heat wave, and especially being there in the middle of the map, it's kind of its own objective, as we mentioned at the beginning. I mean, you want to make sure to have that balance. I mean, sure, you have B-side right there. You have A and C on the other side of you as well, but you need to make sure if you're going to be going out of your way, you got to make the most of it. And grabbing that heat wave, that's a couple seconds that you're not playing off of your team, but if you can go ahead and grab the kills and get a team wipe, or even get 2 or 3 guys to give your team the rest of that time to move somewhere, it definitely pays its own dividends.
Absolutely. And you saw how important it was for teams to hold that B site. And even when teams would kind of be low on players, they would still aggressively push it, because that's kind of that pivot point to allow you to move over to C and move over to A. You have access to nest and bridge right there, as well as that lower entrance to house. So that's a real, obvious rotation spot. And you could see why the teams were fighting so desperately to control B. Even with one player, you could see like Exile in a 1v4 hiding from the sniper on B, just desperate to get control of it. Because when you take that site, it forces the other team to respond, right? They have to go over there, give up their position elsewhere on the map, and take that important part of the map on the other side. But unfortunately, it just wasn't working for Insurgents. They couldn't kind of control the pace of the game enough to get those kills and get those site captures.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. I mean, looking at how they performed, there wasn't really enough there to be working with for him, because, as you mentioned, B kind of being that bridge, I would say. I mean, bridge starts with a B for a reason. When you sit there and look at everything and how the map is laid out, you see on the other side of the field towards those dummies, you have an active camo or an overshield. And quite honestly, that's not enough of a trade-off. I mean, you saw these guys, the way they were fragging out with that heat wave, the way you found those sniper kills, it's just really not that big of a concern, saying, why should we worry ourselves with this if we're still going to find a way to collapse on them? Go ahead. Being a 1v3, a 1v4. I mean, no matter what the case is, we're going to outnumber them, so we don't have to worry about just going out of our way for it. So long as we just had these objectives held down, keep the lead of where we had right there in the start, because Insurgents had that tiny little bit of a comeback coming through, or at least shining for them. You got to sit there and know what to really cut out of your life to sit there and create more space for another bigger priority. And I mean, they sit there and made sure to have their priorities in line here.
Yeah, I mean, creating space, that's such a massive key. You can see players on Final Boss holding these long sight lines, giving their teammates a means to kind of push up a lane and have backup as they got up. You can see how often that they were holding top mid, allowing their players to push up on upper house towards A, to push in towards C tower directly, just by having that upper mid control over towards sniper that allowed them and really afforded them more room and more map control to move around the map more freely. And that's why you could see, like, a lot of the time Insurgents, they're coming up from below the map, they're coming up from below tunnels, from lower house, right? They're trying to get that high ground advantage that the entirety of the map Final Boss was controlling.
Yeah, and that's just a really hard struggle to go ahead and get on top of. I mean, fighting an uphill battle is all it comes down to, and that's something you don't typically win unless you know you're just that much mechanically better. And I mean, when you're at this stage in the game, when you're at the quarterfinals of this bracket, I mean, everybody's kind of already proven that they definitely know how to really fight those battles. But I mean, even the smallest advantage can go so far. And we definitely saw that being manipulated to some extent in this game. So knowing that we're going to be going in to capture the flag, going to a different map, that makes things a lot more kind of controversial, knowing that Aquatics, it's not nearly the map you want to be playing if you go ahead and find yourself in the low ground more times than not.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw it, like, a big part of winning Aquarius was holding towards active camo. It allows you to cover your flag carrier. It allows you to take out a flag runner from the other team from the same position. You have access to the entire map, essentially, aside from those, staircases lanes on the other side of the map, on either side, left and right. Like, you have the complete map is your oyster from that higher up mid position towards active camo. So we're definitely going to see that control going to be fought for as we go for Aquarius. We all know that this map is super volatile, super quick, and can go either way in an instant. So this is Insurgent's opportunity to get back into this one.
Yeah, so I think it's going to come all down to that little like dimension.
What a start.
22 there in the center. It all just comes down to who's going to grab that flag first and whether or not you can grab the opponent's flag to force them into a scenario saying, put our flag back and we'll put yours back. How about that deal? But you got to sit there and have to be the bigger man at the end of the day and say, nah, we're going to go ahead and fight this out. As you can already see, all Insurgents falling a little bit short, but with the initiative looking like to go towards the side of final bosses, they get themselves that much closer to their flag.
Both teams trading full team wipes. Insurgents first, and then final boss get them right back. So things have slowed down for the moment as both teams have respawned on either side. But you can see here, Urinato getting in, gets a nice kill after throwing the flag away, and then confirms with a double kill on another player that's already low. Botany doesn't know where to look, and so much points being popped up here for Urinato. That was absolutely crazy, and a lot of that comes from Insurgents just not team firing, right? Taking these individual one-on-ones, taking these singular angles, and Urinato just cleaned everyone up that wasn't looking at him.
Yeah, so it's just a great little wipe for them to go ahead and create all that space because they made the most of it.
No.
They found themselves almost getting a capture, but getting caught off right there at the other spawn. So that's a lot to be handling, but with it being so close, it's not too much of a concern for the side of final boss grabbing their first point, but Insurgents kind of being choked up. I mean, they're on their side of the field and they're still getting caught out and getting quick little deaths on their hands, and that's not what you want, especially when you're in a deficit now, looking to go ahead and grab a flag of your own to even it up.
And I mean, this is a perfect example right here. Snowy taking essentially a 2v1 here. Does actually get the kill with the disruptor grenade, though. That's pretty massive. And Monstera gonna fall back, but it's still a 4-on-3 situation. Not entirely huge, though, as final boss is able to stay alive for longer than I would have expected. Botany, Snowy, and Exiled all going down for the count as Toon TV picks up a few. 3 kills, 3 assists now to their name. And that'll, again, give an opportunity for final boss to get that flag off the base and start to slowly make it across the map.
And I'm loving the plays here from final boss. Not even really going for a 2-man attempt onto those flags collectively, saying, you know what, you go ahead, stay in the bottom, I'm going to toss it down, and then you just run away with it. We're going to play a little bit of, you know, they're not going to have to catch one guy, they're going to have to catch 4, and that's how we need to play this game. We can't just make a nuisance out of one of us. This has to be a collective effort to tick these guys off, and they've definitely done a good job of that so far. Just got to have a little bit more so because Insurgents find the retaliation, finding themselves the shots to go ahead and get them flag back, but they need a little bit more because they got to get that initiative of their own, because keep in mind, they're still in a deficit. They still got to win some more of these fights, and right there on the edge, that could have been one. It didn't have the trades to come through. Now being actually a 1v2 now, but with the respawns coming out.
Osmo, really only one here to do much until their team respawns. The flag gets dislodged, but Insurgents doesn't have anyone there to move it forward. They're looking for these kills, but they have to win the fights. They finally do. Urinato goes down, but they trade out with Monsteria. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Another big kill as Botany goes down. But final boss, not going to immediately push here. They're going to take that flag and keep it running. I'm sorry, and yeah, Insurgent's going to get that flag running, but they're not going to overextend. But nice grenade from Toon TV. And then the double kill there, finding Snowy up top at Camo. Botany also going to get into the fray. Toon TV doesn't want to lose their head, but wants to go for the kills. They pick up 2 and get away safely. So Insurgents, that flag run comes to a halt. Again, from a player holding top mid and is able to look on both sides of the map.
You see how they're just playing this out. I mean, final boss having that flag down on the field, just kind of playing things out slow, knowing their flag's down, but they're not really too worried about it. They know they can get that initiative towards the other side, saying, well, they're not going to be pushing our side if they're all dead. So we can just go ahead and let that flag just kind of rot away, get it itself back to the site, and we can go ahead and start looking at getting these spawns, kind of getting them out of their base, finding the kills there for Osmo to say, you know what, I'm going to be in your base, go ahead, you know, do what you can, buddy, because I'm going to go ahead and find one, possibly find a second as he goes ahead and gets closed out, but the rest of the team is here to follow as they're right there in top mid, fragging out as well for the side of Urinato.
Wow, Urinato, how many double kills is this dude going to get? I mean, this is just, that's massive when you can double your value as a player and force these player advantages just by getting 1v1 wins. Another great grenade by Pope Francis, just sucking them into the vacuum, and they take the bait. Monsteria down, 4-on-3, and final boss safely holding this lower mid position here until they get pushed from behind. They don't see Exile coming, and Exile gets the cleanup.
Yeah, that right there, Exile coming in there. You got to make the most of that. You're on the outside. You went ahead, grabbed a double with your teammates. You know you had that coverage. You have that backup. Start running towards that flag. Get a little bit more momentum towards the opposite side of the field, but we didn't see that come out of them just yet because now the spawns are coming right back through. You see old Pop alive and well to find himself a kill, and the rest of the team follows up as well to go ahead and get that initiative, get the flag down as well, give themselves that much more of a lead if they can get it to the other side.
And this is just textbook team play right here. Ozma with 2 quick kills on Insurgents as they try to make a run. Urinato gets a pickoff and throws the flag off the base to, again, get that flag closer towards their base here. 6 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock, and things are still pretty close as the Insurgent flag is going to get returned here. That's another nice pickoff. Osmo gets the perfect. Both teams just trading now. This is now where you're looking for that pick and trying to get yourself some map control, but both teams kind of trading evenly, so it's going to come to a standstill for a moment until either team gets a larger advantage.
Yeah, now I'm just kind of thinking about in the eyes and in the ears of Final Boss right now, probably just playing the game. It's almost like it's a team slayer. They're just saying, all right, let's just keep on playing it out. I mean, we have the advantage right now. We got a whole 6 minutes to just have fun, boys. So let's just slay out. And if we get the comms saying at least 3 to 4 of them are dead and we're close enough, we'll make the call then. But in the meantime, we're just going to stay in our pace, find kills left and right because that's what we're doing best.
Urinato will pick up that active camo, so this is the opportunity. This is the cue right here for Insurgents to go in. They have the active camo. They have 2 players down. One more going to be respawning. That's Botany. And if they can keep them staggered, that would be huge. Insurgents going down again. Exile hits the floor. The flag should get pulled any moment now, but it looks like they're not committing because they saw 2 players pushing up top mid. The thruster to get out of dodge. Will they be able to get around the corner just in time? They do. And Exile actually ran away from that fight, but finally re-engaging and taking out Urinato and then trading out. So Final Boss, it's somehow making this happen. It actually looked like they had a stronger advantage on the base than they kind of used, right? Like they had a bunch of kills, but they played it slower and didn't pull the flag. And then Insurgents came right back, and now they're trading in favor, looking for another opportunity. But Final Boss somehow preventing them from pulling this flag.
Yeah, I think it's all the initiative they found there a minute ago with the active camo. You saw Urinato get right in their base, kind of go ahead and get the pressure on the flag and throw it down. Say, all right, buddy, what do you want to do? Go for our flag? Because you haven't been doing a very good job of that so far. So let's see what you can do when the pressure's on. And quite honestly, Insurgents able to hold out, but still not being in any kind of advantage, knowing that they still have a deficit in terms of points. And you can see the flanks coming through. You see all the initiative on their side of the field that they can't even really get out of spawn without having to fight for their life.
Oh, you see that picture-in-picture. Botany does go down eventually there. Love seeing both sides of the 1v1. Exile can't get over him either. That's another nice double kill. Toon TV staying alive here at Staircase, falls back, takes a grenade to the dome. But this is just working in Final Boss's favor. Like you said, they're kind of playing that Team Slayer game. That defensive B of playing more offense is paying off. And the second that they get a kill like that, they quickly dislodge the flag. Even if it doesn't result in a flag run, which it will right now, it forces Insurgents to respond. And not only that, now they're trying to stagger in and stop this flag. One by one, they're dying, and that's allowing Final Boss to maintain this advantage as they push the flag further.
Because, I mean, overall, in the entirety of the game, you don't know where these guys are going to be. They're going to be looking for some kind of alternate avenue to get to your flag side and go ahead and pop it off your own site. But, I mean, quite honestly, as you said, if you go ahead and throw that flag out, even if it doesn't make it all the way, you force an answer. You make them come right to where that flag is. Throw it down, find yourself a team wipe, and say, all right, well, you just made my job that much easier. Go ahead and grab a second capture on top of that as we see another team wipe almost coming through there. One team standing alive, but there's so much here pulsing into their favor that you're not really too concerned for these guys unless you're an Insurgent shoe saying, how do we do this? And they just haven't found any seconds where they have the advantage or any momentum to be working off of.
Monsteria does finally start to get some traction here. Got 2 kills off of picking the active camo, but they have to get more than that. They can't just slay. They got to get the flag moving. And off of that active camo, that's the perfect time to get in behind enemy lines, get a couple kills alongside your team pulling the flag. But the flag pull never came, and the active camo wears out as Monsteria and Snowy then go down here in picture-in-picture. So Final Boss is just very easily and calmly winning these 1v1s. Insurgents aren't finding the team fire they need to really get the flag going. They're losing 1v1s constantly here. I mean, it's been like 30 seconds straight of Insurgents not having 4 players up. And that just really starts to hurt them as they try to make something happen with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
And you almost had some promise right there with that pick on the outside going through to their favor, but you got the other players right there in the middle saying, go ahead, go for it. We can go ahead and see that spawn. We see where our flag is at. We can find it out, but with the miss melees there in the middle, not able to find the trades just yet, but Osmo here coming to the rescue with a triple kill. Closing out the rest of that squad, saying it's not much of a concern if I'm here to save the day on it.
That is so indicative of the final boss's character, right? They're down 2 to 3 players, and one, like I said last map, one player will be able to stay alive and hold the defense and get like a double, triple kill. And Insurgents, they don't have their head on a swivel. They're not looking for that player to come in and clean them up. So they end up being forced into 3 separate 1v1s, which Osmo wins all of them essentially, and as well as players who just weren't looking at him. So final boss is able to somehow come out on top. They stop the flag from moving. In fact, they're moving the Insurgents flag over for a 3rd cap, which would essentially seal the deal on this map.
Most definitely could. I mean, unless we see Insurgents able to sit there and pull 3 flag captures here within 30 seconds each, which honestly, it's already been 9 minutes in its own respect, and they haven't found one. So this is going to be an impossible task, but blessings do exist. But with that 3rd one already coming through, a minute left here on the clock, and Asteria already falling dead. That's going to be most of those seconds already being spinning on a respawn timer, where he really can't be here contributing to much, with the rest of the squad just going ahead and falling slowly but surely.
Oh, wow. Botany breaking ankles there. What a great thrust to finish off that 1v1. Love to see it, but they're going to need more than that. And with 50 seconds left, I'm going to say that the season of Givens coming up here as we move into December, but I don't think Final Boss is giving Insurgents any opportunity to get back into this one. With 40 seconds left on the clock, it's essentially impossible for them to come back. The flag gets pulled again, but Insurgents would have to make a cap every 10 seconds here, which I think is impossible.
Yeah, you already mentioned the season of giving, but the season of thanks also isn't over just yet. I mean, we're still in November, and Final Boss is taking Insurgents, what seems like to be a fairly easy series for him so far. I mean, when you consider there's only 15 seconds left, there is absolutely no time for him at this stage, and they're really just lingering about. When you see 3 players dropping, they're making sure that every single one of these players are just done. They're just really hanging back, just trying to find whatever kills they can, because the final countdown's coming through with 3, 2, 1. And that's going to be Final Boss taking this here series in a just, honestly, a more dominant fashion than I've seen. Regardless of the scoreboard not being a 5-0 quick closure, I think they were just having fun when they got to those middle stages having a 2-0 lead.
And they were starting to pad their KD a little bit there, right? Like they were trying to look good on Halo Tracker, and I don't blame them whatsoever. That was certainly another strong map by Final Boss. It again came down to they had such a strong control of the objective that they could just outslay for the rest of the map. Once they got those first 2 caps, Insurgents was working from such a deficit. They not only had to win these trades almost every single time, but they had to take map control time and time again, and they weren't able to make it happen. So Final Boss wins that lower bracket quarterfinals matchup. They move on to the lower bracket semis, and now they're just within one more set to get to that lower bracket finals and take on FOV potentially.
Yeah, and even that in itself, I mean, quite honestly, when you get to that point, it's not even where you need to win trades. You just got to win. I mean, you can't even trade. You can't have a player drop, because knowing you got to find yourself not only a 1v1 and then a 2v1 to trade into that, you got to have a 2v1, then make sure to have a 2v1, 2v1. And that's honestly, I mean, we saw Final Boss just doing it that much better. They were finding themselves to win those 1v1s, then saying, all right, you know what? I want it. Give me a little bit of padding space here, Chief. Come on in. You go ahead, find him out a little bit while I regen, and we'll just push even more so into their flag. And that's all he had to do for 1 point. Afterwards, they just played defense. And when they noticed in the middle of the map, they got a squad wipe, said, all right, let's go for another one. Why not? I mean, it's not going to hurt. Time and time and time again. Only for 3, but it's that pacing that set them up. Because when you're having fun getting kills like that, time flies.
Yeah, right. That's you want to keep the good times rolling. Essentially,
yeah.
You definitely don't want to let that momentum fade away. And it helped that you could see Final Boss had individual players that could pop off in 1v2s, 1v3s. I mean, we saw Osmo winning that triple kill that was so huge, stopping that run by themselves. It's plays like that that really separate Final Boss in this series. They had those individual players that could play defense and allow their team to respawn. And not only that, they staggered the other opposing squad more and more and more through the series. I mean, we talked about a little bit on Aquarius how there was a long period where Insurgents were just getting staggered, like without any kind of pause whatsoever. Like they were constantly at 3 players and 2 players. You're not going to be able to get anything done without all 4 players on the field.
Yeah, and that itself, I mean, not even finding the initiative. You found them in the spawn. You saw Insurgents on that flag side of the side of the final boss, but they never really threw it off and then ran away with it. They just found themselves fighting on the floor a lot. And at that stage, final boss, sure, if you get yourself 2 or 3 kills, they're going to respawn close enough where, as you said, before we even got into this map, you have so much oversight of the entirety of the middle of the field that it doesn't matter. It's still going to be a 1v4. You can't isolate yourself into those tunnels because of that pathing you took. And if you don't have the confidence in your team, or if you don't have that slaying power, you're not going to win those fights long range for that coverage to keep on running away with it. And that is kind of a consideration they got to have going forward, saying, maybe next time we don't run with it. We don't sprint with it. Let's not reveal where it is at all. Let's go ahead. If we've been playing this lurky game, trying to just even survive, let's play that same game of survival, but with the flag in our hand.
Well, let's see how long they can survive through this bracket. Unfortunately for Insurgents, their time here at Forerunner's Mantle is over, but there's still more for Final Boss. They're waiting for the other losers quarter matchup to finish up. They'll take that on, and the winner of the losers semis matchup will face off against FOV in that lower bracket final. So don't go anywhere. You know what it is. There's more Halo Infinite on the other side of this break, so we'll see you there for more Forerunner's Mantle.